also think his and Jill's interactions are very good. When you play Jill, it just feels like you're getting more of a story out of this title. When playing as Chris, it definitely feels like a second playthrough. You know, the type of thing where the game just lets you play more without the interruptions. Both campaigns are really good for those reasons, but as I said, I prefer the story you're getting out of Jill's game more. One of my favorite things about this game is its incredible amount of subtlety. There are some really great contemplative moments in the story. One of my favorite optional scenes is after you find the pool of blood in the dining room. If you try talking to Barry again, this is how the scene plays out.
Barry.
I love that so much. Barry doesn't have to say anything here for you to get what he's feeling. In that scene, it's obvious he's worried about his friend Chris, and he doesn't want to believe that this is his blood. When you finish the game and learn that Barry was working with Umbrella and Wesker the whole time, it sort of recontextualizes this. Like, Barry knows what's going on here, and he's staying quiet about it. It would have been so easy for the devs to put in extra lines of Barry expressing his worry about the situation. Him saying nothing says so much more. And that's why I love this tiny interaction. There are a bunch of other moments like this where the characters don't say anything, and you're supposed to go off their facial expressions and reactions to the situation. Obviously, Chris is worried about Richard's safety, but he doesn't have to say that verbally to us. We just know from how he's looking at his wounded friend. It's really good stuff that adds so much more to an already amazingly updated story. And speaking of updates, the voice acting and a lot of the writing has been completely overhauled in this game. This is where some of the changes come in with the story.
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself. We don't know where Barry is.
Man, that line gives me chills every single time I hear it. If RE96 was the equivalent of something you'd see on Best of the Worst, Remake is a $30 million Hollywood production. All of the voice actors in this game do such a great job with these characters. Our 2 leads, Chris and Jill, voiced by Joe White and Heidi Swan Anderson, are incredible. This is probably my favorite version of Chris out of all of the games. He's very matter-of-fact and has an older brother attitude when speaking to Rebecca, just like Claire when she took care of Sherry. I'm sure this was intentional on the writer's part back then, but now it feels a bit more fleshed out. Jill in this game shares a lot more in common with RE3 Jill over RE96 Jill. I'd say Remake Jill feels like a less experienced version of RE3 Jill, which is great because becoming the Nemesis Wrecker is what I'd expect from this character. Jill's interactions with Barry are great. Both characters play off each other very well. And of course, half of that is due to Barry's amazing voice actor, Ed Smaron. It's funny because Barry was the meme of RE96, like everyone still goofs on all of his lines. In Remake, Barry has probably the best performance out of everyone, and that's because his character goes through quite the journey. He's being manipulated by Wesker, doesn't know if his family is even okay, and has to lie and betray his close friends constantly. There are great moments of heartbreak and disappointment from Jill multiple times when Barry betrays her, and you actually feel it in these performances. And with that idea of betrayal in mind, that brings us to the man himself, Captain Wesker. Wesker is voiced by Peter Jessup, and I think he does a great job at playing this backstabbing villain. This is the only other time outside of RE96 where Wesker had an American voice. Wesker is very stoic and intimidating when he shows up. He's really good at lying and had me second guessing whether or not he was going to betray STARS when I first played this version of the game back in the day. I played Chris first, and in his campaign, Wesker shows up at a certain moment to help out, so I was totally tricked again when I got to the end. So all of this might sound perfect, right? They nailed all of the dialogue from the original. Well, that's not exactly the case with Remake. So hilarious lines like Jill sandwich, I have this, I have a rope here, and Chris, stop it, are all gone or rewritten to be a lot better.
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
So for most of the game, the voice acting is amazing, but something weird happens when you reach the lab.
And unfortunately, I had to give up my lovely members of STARS.
You killed them with your own dirty hands! Wesker, you've become senile.
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
The voice acting kinda takes a dive in quality and almost goes back to RE96 levels. I think the reason for this was probably bad voice direction when they got to these lines, or everyone involved in the recording process just didn't know how to make these silly lines written by a Japanese person to sound good. I think it might be a combination of both of those because the voice actors are great, but for whatever reason, these characters end up sounding really weird at the game's climax. This doesn't take much away from the game. These lines just stand out awkwardly because up to this point, everything has been so believable and grounded in a realistic way. It's really strange, but I still love it for what it is. It seems like no matter how much you try to change Resident Evil, the camp will not go away. With all of that said, I still love and think the voice acting and the actors are awesome. There's one more thing we need to talk about with Remake's story, and this is actually exclusive content for this version of the game. In my gameplay analysis section, I skipped a few parts as to not spoil what I'm about to tell you. What I'm talking about is the story of Lisa Trevor. So let's go back to that iron gate under the stairs in the main hall. That curious moaning sound stuck out in my mind every minute I spent exploring the mansion on my first visit. When we get to the garden shed, there's an entirely new path here. Stepping through this door brings us outside. On this dark and muddy path, we get a staticky call from one of our comrades over the radio.
Barry?
Monster! James! Gun! Ineffective! It's it! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay!
Forest outside the mansion, stay away. That doesn't sound menacing at all. After solving a quick puzzle and opening the gate to the other side of the mansion's graveyard, we step through and onto another dark wooded path. It's that sound again. This walk through the forest is one of the most atmospheric and tense moments I've ever experienced in a video game. It was strange the first time I played this because I had just heard an extremely creepy and very human sounding noise off in the distance. I was very relaxed on my slow walk through the woods. I wasn't really scared of anything at this moment. Thinking back on it now, there's something very unnerving about this. Like I expected to find another survivor out here or something. At the end of the path, we find an old forgotten cabin. Stepping inside, we notice the fireplace has been set recently. Someone has to be here. A monster can't do this, right? As we explore the cabin, we find an old family photo with a journal next to it. The contents of the journal are almost illegible, and it seems like it's been written by a small child. In the cabin, we find the square crank to clear the waterfall leading to the guardhouse. As we make our way back to the front door, we can hear something. When I first met Lisa, I was legitimately terrified. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This is clearly a mutated human, but not fully mutated. Like there's a person in there still. I tried my best to get past the monster, but she clipped me on the way out, doing an incredible amount of damage. I made it out and ran back through the forest to the garden shed. Just a few minutes earlier, I was expecting to find anything than what I'd just seen. My nice little forest walk turned into fearful sprinting. Fast forward to the caves after finding Enrico. We have to solve a new puzzle where we reactivate an elevator not seen in the original game. This lift takes us further down into the cave system. Barry conveniently meets us here and accompanies us down. Reaching the bottom, we hear Lisa's moaning off in the distance. Leaving Barry behind, we go ahead to investigate. After quickly running into Lisa and figuring out she's immune to basically all damage, we return to Barry, only to find him leaving us behind as he rides the elevator back up. We're left down here with an indestructible monster. monster. Facing our fears and carefully getting past Lisa, we find ourselves in these odd underground living quarters. This place not only looks visually amazing, but it's also a total mess down here. Porcelain dolls litter the shelves, and there are chairs stacked up in this strange spire-like shape. All over the ground are faintly lit candles, too. This place seems very disconnected from the rest of the mansion, and to be honest, from reality. It's almost like someone was trying to lock something down here away for the rest of time. Exploring these living quarters further, we find another room through the flooded hallway. This room is better taken care of, and we find a key we need to progress, as well as another family photo with some notes attached. The note is dated November 10th, 1967, and it details administering the progenitor virus to a few different test subjects. The names included are Lisa and Jessica, and we learn that this Jessica person didn't survive these tests. The rest of the journal pages describe a sad story of Lisa looking for her mother after the tests. Lisa survived the progenitor virus, but her mother Jessica didn't. Lisa talks about finding her mother's face and attaching it to her own body, but it's not really her mother. She thinks her real mom is trapped inside of a box in a deep, dark place. Returning to the gate under the main hall stairs, we finally head through and see what's down here. We find a secret underground passage that brings us to a very strange altar with what seems like a bottomless pit down below. We also find Barry down here and...
Jill, you're alive. I was worried because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun. Thanks, Jill.
This is the final encounter with Lisa, and instead of fighting her directly, we push these 4 large stones off the platform. Pushing each stone releases chains connected to the coffin in the center of the room. Inside the coffin are the remains of Lisa's mother. There's also one final family photo and diary entry. In the file, we read Jessica Trevor's final moments. She talks about how the men here have given her shots for her condition, but the more shots she gets, the faster it seems her memory is fading. This file is depressing. Jessica slowly drifts away, and all she wants to do is remember her daughter, who's been taken away from her. The final page is reassuring Lisa that the two of them will escape this mansion. This was dated 1967. This side story is so tragic. Lisa's been trapped down here for years, mutating into a monster, but not completely losing all of what she used to be. While her mother lost all of her memory before dying, Lisa can't really die and has to live with the trauma of what Umbrella did to her and her family on repeat. It's so terrible and makes you hate the Umbrella Corporation that much more. At least we were able to finally lay Lisa to rest and reunite her with her mother. I hope you guys understand why I wanted to tell this story separately. It's amazingly well integrated into the main story as well as the gameplay. Your first interaction with Lisa is interesting enough to get you invested in the game's optional files, and it also makes some of the older ones you've previously acquired make more sense, now that you know who Lisa is. The only other creature we've dealt with like this was William Birkin, but he infected himself out of greed and hatred. Lisa is a victim of circumstance. Lisa could have just been a cool new monster design that you fight throughout the game, but she ends up being so much more thanks to the great writing on the developers' part. Big shoutouts to all of the writing staff on Remake. You guys did a fantastic job with this game overall, and particularly with Lisa Trevor. The final thing we have to talk about with Remake is important to why it scares world, and atmosphere are so effective. And that's its stunning presentation. This game came out 17 years ago and still looks better than a lot of modern games. I mean, it was the best looking game when it came out, and I want to say ever since it's come out. This is all thanks to, like I said at the start, the developers using classic pre-rendered backgrounds for the game world. Now, of course, some of the 3D assets have aged a little less gracefully as the pre-rendered stuff. Face models look great, but don't animate as well as they should, and there are definitely jagged edges around 3D models in some areas of the game. These downsides aren't really noticeable though, unless you're consciously looking for this kind of stuff. I personally think this game is still one of the best looking video games thanks to overall amazing art direction. Lighting and shadow play a big role in the visual presentation, and as I said earlier, particle effects and FMV layers are used in tandem with the backgrounds to create one of the most believable video game environments ever. The fixed camera's placement is also masterfully done. There are so many shots in this game that make you feel uncomfortable or like you're being watched. The angles looking through windows are some of my favorites. It's like Wesker is watching you from the shadows, or maybe something else. The Spencer Mansion is as much of a character as the STARS members are. I want to show you guys some of my favorite camera angles. Pay attention to all the moving elements in these clips. That's all FMV layers and overlay effects. It's so impressive for the time, and shows you how creative the devs were while making this game. Other than the effects, each and every room has been either redesigned or redecorated. In RE96, a lot of the rooms and hallways didn't have windows or any objects in them, making that title's environments feel a little barren and maze-like. Remake having very clear identifiable rooms does a good job at making the mansion feel real, but also helps you keep a very consistent mental map of your surroundings. By the way, remember when I said the devs had to switch to pre-rendered backgrounds because their 3D environments couldn't work on the GameCube? Well, there still is one fully 3D room in this game. Don't blink, you might miss it. The character animation is motion captured and it looks so real. There are so many little details that I love. Chris and Jill having different running and walking animations with the pistol is a really nice touch. It makes it feel like these characters have had different firearms training. And of course, like in RE3, both characters hold all of the guns correctly. No more pointing deadly weapons at the ground right next to their feet. Also, there are a few scenes where you can see the characters practicing good trigger discipline. It makes sense because they're cops. It's all so good, and I love it so much. The visuals aren't the only thing that sell this game's believability. The sound design is top-notch, whether it be the squishing, disgusting footsteps of a nearby zombie, a hunter screaming in your face, or just the sounds your gun makes. It all sounds amazing. The gunfire especially sounds loud and impactful when fired inside. There isn't much music playing like in some of the other titles, but what's here is very good. It really seems like the music has been carefully placed in each part of the game that makes the most sense. There are full rooms and hallways where you'll hear nothing but ambient noise until something comes crashing through a window. A lot of the tracks from the original release of RE96 have been remade, but there are mainly new tracks to keep you on the edge of your seat. The pieces of music in the east and west wings of the mansion's second floor are so haunting, and they actually change when you come back to the mansion on your second visit. Returning tracks like Rebecca's and Wesker's themes sound great remade, and of course, one of the best save room tracks of all time is in this game. Resident Evil Remake isn't just an amazing graphical update, but honestly, the best survival horror game ever made. From start to finish, you're getting an extremely polished gameplay experience, better told story, and new and refined takes on classic scenarios, puzzles, and monsters. If you haven't played this game yet and you consider yourself a fan of survival horror or Resident Evil, please go play it. There hasn't been a better survival horror game than this since it released. I am not kidding about that. The gameplay experience you're getting out of Remake is the most consistent survival horror title of all time. If you want to play Remake, you have a bunch of options. You've got the GameCube version, which in my opinion is the best. It's the purest form of Remake, and I just love playing it with a GameCube controller. Seriously, that little monster is the most comfortable controller to use on classic Resident Evil games. There's also a Wii port, which is just the GameCube version with cleaner resolution. An HD remaster was released a few years ago, and that version introduces quality of life changes for people who aren't fans of tank controls. That's right, the HD version has traditional analog control. So yes, you have no excuse not to play this game anymore. The HD version does suffer from some pretty bad looking pre-rendered backgrounds because, unfortunately, Capcom lost the source code for this game and had to salvage whatever assets they could, resulting in some ugly backgrounds in later parts of the game. There is a slight remedy to this problem though, in the form of the upscale background PC mod in development now. This mod cleans up a lot of the poor quality backgrounds on the PC version. By the way, Remake HD on PC also runs at 60 FPS, and it looks breathtaking. Whatever version you decide to play, you won't regret it. Once again, Shinji Mikami and his team at Capcom Production Studio 4 did a perfect job with this title. It's not only my favorite video game, but the last perfect survival horror title, in my opinion. Remake is what happens when some of the most creative, smart, and talented designers, artists, and storytellers in the video game industry come together to create something timeless. The fact this thing was made the way it was, it basically being crunched out of the door in a little over 1 year, is incredible to think about. That just goes to show you what a team with a real vision is willing to do to get survival horror perfected. Hey guys, thanks for watching. This video feels like everything my channel has been building towards for the past 2 years. If you got to this part of the video, thank you so much for watching and sticking with me on my never-ending journey to cover survival horror in the most loving way I can. I have some shoutouts for you all today before we wrap up. First up, I want to thank my lovely artist, Dross Art, for the new Susie Valentine avatar for this video. I really appreciate it, Dross. This video would not feel complete without you. Next, I want to throw some love at a friend of mine named Alex Aniel. Alex hooked me up with some exclusive development history on Remake. If you guys don't know Alex, aka CVX Freak, he's an awesome dude that's writing a book series on Resident Evil's entire development history. Please go follow him if you want to keep up with his future projects. Another big shout out to Mono Memory, who made some of the tracks for this here video. Please go check out Mono's channel. He makes amazing covers of RE music in a synth-pop style. His work is incredible. Please go subscribe to his channel. Last but certainly not least, a big shout out to my friend, Sunny Bauer, for helping me with some lore research. If you guys haven't seen Sunny's edits of RE cutscenes, you totally should. He fixes a lot of silly stuff that these games and movies do, and it's really awesome seeing more realistic, or in some cases, more accurate versions of classic Resident Evil events. But yeah, thank you, Sunny. I really appreciate your help. If you guys liked this video, please consider subscribing and checking out my Patreon down in the description. On Patreon, I have some really fun rewards like an exclusive, more personal video series that I do called Inside the Sphere. It's a fun, relaxed, catch-up type show. Anyway, y'all, I'll be seeing you all in my next video. Once again, thank you all for watching. Later.
Say, buddy, you mentioned something about research for a story.
That's right. Got a tip that something big's happening.
In a nowhere little town like that? They sure didn't mention anything about it on TV.
Yeah, well, I'm freelance, pal. I don't make my living waiting for the TV to tell me what to cover.
What was that? The army? Yeah.
Looks like taking a helicopter was the way to go. I bet they got all the roads blocked off by now.
You have once again stepped into the world of survival horror. Good luck. Shortly after the release of the groundbreaking Resident Evil, Capcom quickly decided to make a sequel. This project would be directed by Capcom newcomer Hideki Kamiya. The original director of Resident Evil, Shinji Mikami, would return to this project in the role of producer. Now, Resident Evil 2's development was a pretty rocky road. Mikami and Kamiya would often have many disagreements about the direction this game was going in. The early build of the game, dubbed Resident Evil 1.5, wasn't doing anything for Mikami. He thought that the game's art assets and characters were fine on their own, but thought the gameplay and locations were very boring and dull. This led Mikami to take a more distant position in his producer role. He didn't want to influence the dev team directly and only requested monthly updates on the game's development. Apparently, after reaching 60 to 80% completion, the current build of the game was scrapped due to a lack of quality. Instead of releasing an unsatisfactory product, the dev team decided to push the game's release date back and recreate the whole thing from scratch. This would include most of the story events, character motivations, and the game's police station setting. Japanese screenwriter Noboru Sugimura was even brought in to rewrite the game's story. Sugimura was very excited to work on this project because he was a fan of the first game and was able to come up with ideas and fix the problems the initial build of the game had with its narrative. With screenwriter Sugimura on board, director Kamiya decided to take a more Hollywood approach to the game's story and presentation. This would be a massive improvement over RE1's campy style. Kamiya believed that with this Hollywood film style, RE2 would be able to reach a broader audience, but it wasn't just the story that would be improved. Every aspect of this title improves upon the game mechanics, controls, and graphics introduced in the original Resident Evil, culminating in an unforgettable video game, and some would say, the perfect sequel. So without further ado, let's take a deep dive into Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2's gameplay is relatively unchanged from its predecessor. The game still uses tank controls, fixed camera angles, and pre-rendered environments, but all of these things have been upgraded. Along with these bigger upgrades to the gameplay formula, a lot of smaller changes were made that, when added up together, make a very big improvement over the original Resident Evil. Whether it be little things like walking upstairs faster, in-game text moving at the speed of light, being able to swap grenade types for the grenade launcher, or zombies violently jerking back when you shoot them, it all makes for a more satisfying and tighter gameplay experience. Speaking of tighter gameplay, the controls and animations feel much more polished this time around. The way the characters move feels more grounded, like every action you make has some weight to it. The first game...
Hey guys. Yeah. So I decided, okay, so today I wanted to stream Final Fantasy 8, but Resident Evil 4 is so fucking good. I just want to play Resident Evil, continue Resident Evil 4 today. I'm so sorry, because that's a testament to how good a game Resident Evil 4 is, that you just end up wanting to stream it more. And that's what I'm going to do today. Sorry, next week we'll do Final Fantasy 8, alright? I'm not going to do the same mistake we did with Persona 5. I'm going to do Final Fantasy 8 Wednesday and Thursday, but just this one day, I'm going to continue streaming it. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, it's a testament to how good it is. You know, Capcom has made a certified bad. Oh, ooh. However, I might, if I don't feel like, continuing Final Fantasy Resident Evil 4 today, I might go back to Final Fantasy 8 later today. We'll see, okay? Story continue. Now that I think about it, if 9/11 happened in the Resident Evil universe, not it will be the most underwhelming event in the history of the RE universe because of the shit what that happened in Raccoon City. Like they look at 9/11 and it's like, Raccoon City was doomed. Okay, alright, go back. That's all. Okay.
Ahí va eso. Ahí está. Cazadlo. Es que se...
Give me a break already.
Nice. See what I can do with that. But, oh. I think- Okay, blue medallion. Oh. I know it's easy to go, and I am not, but yeah, I'm not ready for that shit.
Good luck finding someone big enough to use this thing.
Yeah, I know where this shit's going. Not ready for that. Alright, I think I can build. Oh. Okay. Gunpowder, okay. I didn't leave anything else. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. How much was it? Okay. Hmm. Wow.
Why not? Welcome. Ooh, what
Let's
you
see.
buying?
Fire.
If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
Yeah.
There you are, as you wished. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Will that be all, then?
No.
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Ruby's all rubbish, it makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice to make. Anything else I can help you with? A
No.
wise choice. I know, I say that a lot. A deal well struck.
Bye. I just need 5.
Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. Thank you. Got a selection of good things on sale. Dazzled, I come back anytime.
Honestly. The shortcut here. Craft. Okay. Yeah, I could save as well. Okay. Alright. Hey. Oh. Ooh, okay. Right. Whoa, Jose, want me?
Fuck.
The hell was that?
Yep. How was that? It's neat.
Oh. Break's over, I suppose.
Yeah, nice. You should go and never say, okay. Alright. Oh, I'm not going to go for it. Let me in. Okay.
Come on.
Wizard. Okay.
Oh, enough. Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by pleasure doing business with you.
Okay.
Pleasant travels.
Yeah. There are things in it. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Back here. Okay. Hot. Nothing. Nothing. Right. Let's see what Resident Evil's cooking.
Welcome, stranger. I believe this is your first time having a go at target.
Alright.
Practice. There's only one rule. Shoot the targets as they pop up. Simple enough, am I right? 3, 2, 1, begin! Oh, friendly fire, stranger. I'll have to penalize you for that, I'm afraid. Reload! That's the stuff that'll do it.
Alright. Oh, okay, not bad.
I dare say we've underestimated you, mate. Rely too much on a single weapon and you'll find yourself out of ammo, mate. 3, 2, 1,
Yeah.
begin! Oh, beautiful! Brilliant! Reload! And that's the game!
Really? Alright.
You're leaving?
Alright.
Already? If you have to.
Okay. What's it that I got? Oh, fuck that.
welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Yeah. Go.
Ruby's all rubbish, mate. Well, well. Come back anytime.
There. Already. Yeah, anybody go anywhere? Oh. I think I hope it's not yet. Oh yeah, it is. Fuck. Okay. The medallion. The blue medallion. Okay. Blue medallion from what? No, after seeing how good the game is, I really want to see how Resident Evil 5 will look like and the insanely racist storyline it got. I want to see how Capcom justifies that shit. I think it's gonna be set after that on. I think they're gonna pick a safer place like I don't know, Myanmar. Oh, here. Oh, okay. Wait, I want to see something. Before I head off, progress further, I want to finish all the.
Oh, nothing. Welcome.
Okay.
Next time, buy something, eh?
Got it. I think I have to fix. Okay.
Welcome. Come to do some shooting, have we?
Yeah.
Some of the targets are 3, 2, 1, begin. Sorry, mate, that's a penalty. Reload. That's the stuff. That's it. That'll do it.
Okay. Now.
You have a knack for this, friend. A rifle can take out multiple targets with a single round. 3, 2, 1, begin. Double kill.
Damn it. No token. Right, hold on.
Rely too much on a single weapon and you... You'll find yourself out of ammo. 3, 2, 1, begin!
Why can I...
Reload! That's the stuff. That's it. Let the bonus time begin. You're an artist, mate. Superb shot. That's your lot.
Alright. Nice. Okay.
Some of the targets are, well, particularly sturdy. One shot won't be enough for those on 3, 2,
Yeah, that's
1,
much better.
begin! Double kill! You're an artist, mate. Brilliant. Reload! You're an artist, mate. That'll do it.
Okay.
Targets don't just stick around forever, eh? Don't let the small fry distract you. 3, 2, 1, begin! You missed! That's not like you! Reload!
Come on.
And that's the game!
Alright. Oh, damn it.
We were right about you, stranger. You're leaving already?
Okay. Eliminado.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. Pleasure doing business with you. Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. Don't get yourself killed now.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going.
Yep. to. All right. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I think it's fine. So, Tokyo policies from Yaris of course out. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I need another one, eh? Yay. Yeah. Let me craft something. Okay. Oh, this is back to 4. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Yikes.
Shit. God damn it. Shit. Damn it.
Why did I feel? Why did I feel? Why? God damn it.
Sorry, must have slipped.
Oh, fuck off. I'll eat that egg. What? Oh. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about.
¡Un forastero!
Okay.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
None.
Thank you.
Ooh.
I knew you were a go-getter.
I think.
You'll get some bang for... I don't always have this in stock, stranger.
Yeah, I'll...
A bit more space, come
Alright.
Any...
Okay.
time.
Yeah, no worries. See, can we build? Okay. Let's go. There we go. Oh, God, yeah. Ah. Okay. Where did that fucking harpoon come from? Come on.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
Yeah. God damn it.
I need to do something.
tough son of a bitch.
Damn it. Finally. Oh god. Alright. Oh. Okay. Okay. Where's save? Yes. Save. Okay.
Sacrificial lamb, you will receive our most sick.
Wait.
Sacred body begins now. When day breaks, you two will join our covenant to share in my holy blessing forever.
Hey.
Condor 1 to Roost. Do you read me?
Condor 1? You've been radio silent for 3 hours. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Won't let it happen again.
And the church?
I'm still looking for whatever key I need.
Copy that. I'm glad you're okay. Roost out.
Okay. The Virgin Mary. Gunpowder. Okay. Alright. Okay. Huh? Okay, that's fucking creepy though. That hell. I'm gonna go back to the courthouse bit. Let's go back to the house real quick. Oh, not enough alcohol. Goddamn.
¡Ahí está! ¡Coño!
Let that happen again. Jump.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, Leon, you didn't sign up for this shit. Okay, fine.
What is this place? Some kind of shrine. Same mark from the church.
It's like a Hindu symbol.
Is this the key? It's the lake.
Huh. Lake. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Okay. Alright.
No good. Out of the way.
¡Ahí va eso!
Not bad, right?
Okay. Nice.
Damn. I knew it. Out of the way.
Damn it. Oh, okay. I'll just go there. Fuck it. What? Huh?
None left.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm Yeah, fuck you nerds. Fuck off. Oh. Batman.
Got some new wares. Welcome. I got something new for you. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Well then, what can I do you for? Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Nanti ada boleh tak? Kalau pakai ni, pakai cuma pakai dulu ya.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Nice.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Better to be over, come back anytime.
Yeah.
Hello, stranger.
Alright, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome. Come to do some shooting, have we? Rely too much on a single weapon and you'll find yourself. 3, 2, 1, begin! Superb shot! Brilliant! Reload! That's it! Oh, beautiful! That's the stuff! That'll do it!
PR6. God.
You have a knack for this, friend.
Try this one.
3, 2, 1, begin! Double kill! targets with a single round. 3, 2, 1, begin! That's the stuff! Double kill! Reload! Sorry, mate, that's a penalty. That'll do it. Nice.
Yeah. I like again.
I await your return.
Oh well.
I have some new goods that might...
Yeah. Alright.
interest you.
Oh. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Okay. That's the one. Okay. Go back to the fish farm. Alright. Okay. What? To where? But I thought cancel because of the rain. What? Yeah.
Hello,
Alright. Okay,
stranger.
I'm gonna take a break. I have to drive my family to somewhere. So I'll see you guys at least 2 hours, alright? Nice. Game. Be right back. Hey. Alright.
Game's animations were kinda floaty looking. It was very noticeable, but in Resident Evil 2, everything just looks and flows better. A new feature introduced in Resident Evil 2 is the addition of limping. Now when you take damage, your character will start limping around, letting you know that they're not doing so well. As you take more and more damage, your limping will get worse. It actually affects your movement speed too, so walking in a straight line and turning is much slower as you approach death. This can make some encounters really scary because now you can't just run away if you're about to die. You'll be slowly waddling away from monsters, trying your best to get as far from them as you can. For such a simple mechanic, it really makes you feel like you're trying to survive in this zombie apocalypse. I actually forgot to mention that the first game used pre-rendered backgrounds for its game world. If you don't know what I'm talking about, basically all of the environments in early Resident Evil games are made up of pre-rendered images. So all of the backgrounds are just really nice pictures. In the first game they were good, but they also lacked a lot of detail. All of the backgrounds in Resident Evil 2 have a lot of density to them and they feel like real places, besides the whole no bathrooms in the police station thing, but, you know, design oversight, I guess. In the first game, a lot of the mansion's rooms were very well lit and kind of empty, which I guess is also kind of creepy in its own way. Like, oh, there's just a shelf and a desk in here. The environments you'll be visiting in Resident Evil 2 look awesome and do a very good job of making the game's world feel unique and stand out from the rest of the series. I'm actually really glad that Kamiya's team decided to redesign the police station because honestly, the original build of the game, like Mikami said, looked pretty dull and boring. The original police station just looked like a real-life precinct. The one we got in the final game has actual history to it. Like before the RPD moved in, the building was used as an art museum. That's why its layout is kind of strange, but also interesting. It's way better than just a normal-looking gray building. Just like the first game, you get the choice of picking one of two characters to play as, Leon Kennedy or Claire Redfield. This time you don't just pick one or the other from a character select screen. Instead, each character has their own disc. The reason for this is because both characters have an A and B scenario that I'll tell you more about later on. Both characters have their own weapons that they acquire on their separate journeys. Claire gets a grenade launcher and bowgun. Leon gets a shotgun and magnum. Claire's grenade launcher is probably my favorite Resident Evil weapon. Just like the first game, it has 3 different ammo types: explosive, flame, and acid. Unlike the first game, each grenade type has been rebalanced. The explosive rounds are still very powerful, but now they have a shorter range and actually arc down. So you have to get closer to your enemies when firing. making these grenades feel more like a crowd control option rather than just a blow up everything option. The flame and acid rounds shoot straighter, but are best saved for specific enemies since they're hard to come by. The acid rounds are most effective against the liquor and G-virus infected enemies, and the flame rounds take down the IV monsters with ease. This one weapon has so much more depth and experimentation than it did in the first game. It's pretty cool. While Leon doesn't get as many options with different firearm types, all of the weapons he does get are upgradable with optional weapon parts that you can find throughout his game. Upgrading the pistol, for example, turns it from a semi-automatic to a powerful 3-shot burst handgun, and the upgraded shotgun is very satisfying to use. The devs did a really good job at rebalancing and implementing brand new options for these standard weapons. I'll say it again, it's really cool. Both Leon and Claire have a permanent starting item in their inventories. Leon has a lighter which you can use to solve certain puzzles early, and Claire has a lockpick just like Jill from the first game, making Claire the second master of unlocking. In my Resident Evil 1 video, I talk about how Chris's game felt more difficult than Jill's, with him having less inventory slots, having to pick up the small key items, and not getting the grenade launcher. I think the devs kept this in mind when making Resident Evil 2. Both characters' games definitely feel more balanced this time around. The small key item actually does make its return for Leon's game, but this time, they don't unlock important doors. They only open optional locks, and they stack, so having multiple small keys won't take up more than one item slot in Leon's inventory. There are also no puzzles that you can bypass as one particular character either. The puzzles that appear in both characters' games play out in the same way, but each character will find a different key item. There are also unique puzzles and story events in each of our characters' scenarios, which brings us to Resident Evil 2's story. Now, like I said earlier, director Kamiya wanted to go for a more Hollywood approach to this game, which means Resident Evil 2's story is really big. So buckle up, because I'm about to cover the entire thing. Resident Evil 2's story takes place 2 months after the events of the first game. We begin our story with Claire Redfield. Claire is making her way into Raccoon City. She's in town searching for her older brother Chris Redfield, one of the protagonists from the first game. She stops in at a diner and everything seems normal enough, but there aren't any people around. It's very quiet. Searching the diner, Claire stumbles upon a man slumped over and eating a dead body. The man gets up moaning and slowly walking towards Claire, and it's at this point that Claire realizes that she's surrounded by zombies. With no other options, Claire makes for the emergency exit, only to be surprised by a young police officer aiming his gun at her.
We can't stay out here. Head to the police station. It'll be a lot safer.
Together, the two run off and find an abandoned police car. From there, they head to the Raccoon City police station. During their drive, they become acquainted with one another and learn why the other is in town. The young man, Leon Kennedy, also just arrived in town for his first day on the police force. Perfect timing. As the two make their way to the police station, they're caught off guard by a zombie hiding in the back seat, forcing the car to crash and throwing the zombie through the windshield. A pretty intense moment, but it's not over yet because right behind them is a big rig coming straight towards them, driven by a zombified man. The two make their escape from the car, but are separated by the crashing rig. Claire and Leon both head to the police station, but all of this is just the beginning of their worst nightmare. Like the first game, the gameplay and story of RE2 go hand in hand. After separating from Leon, the first segment of the game is a mad dash to the police station via the streets of Raccoon City. The entire city portion of the game is linear, and makes for a very exciting and cinematic experience. You'll be dodging zombies and running through back alleys, narrowly avoiding the undead as you try to get to your destination. Once you arrive at the RPD, you'll be doing a lot of the same things that you did in the first game's mansion, like puzzle solving, finding themed key items to unlock specific doors, and getting used to the layout of the precinct. By the way, almost as soon as you step into this place, the game throws its horrifying new liquor enemy at you. The liquor is such an iconic monster. It pretty much has the strength of the first game's hunter enemy and very similar attacks, but the thing that makes liquors unique is that they don't have eyes. So if you play your cards right, you can actually sneak around them. In your first encounter with this creature, there's actually broken glass on the floor, and if you step on it, it'll alert the monster. This is really cool because the game throws this powerful enemy at you right in the beginning, but it also gives you the option to avoid them if you play carefully enough. Getting past that liquor gets you into the Star's office, where you find Chris's diary, which explains how he's already left town to track down Umbrella. After solving a quick puzzle, you get your hands on a new key and also run into a little girl being attacked by a zombie. Following the girl, you meet up with Leon again. He lets you know that the girl ran away by crawling through a small hole in a boarded-up door. There's no way to get to her. Since you just missed her, you and Leon split up again. It's up to you to find this girl, while Leon tries to find a way out of the precinct. Exploring the police station's second floor, you solve more puzzles, granting you stone tablet-like items. You also find in one of the hallways a flaming helicopter that's crashed into the side of the building. You make your way outside to the back of the police station, where you find the other side of the crashed chopper. Just above it is a water tower that you use to put out the crashed vehicle's flames. Making your way back inside, you notice that it's impossible to get past the helicopter. But after some more exploration, you eventually find plastic explosives and use them to clear the wreckage blocking the hall. Exploring this side of the police station reveals a much darker side to our story. You find the police chief's office and...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were another one of those zombies.
Are you Chief Irons?
Yes, that's me. And just who are you? No, don't bother telling me. It makes no difference. You'll end up just like all the others. That's the mayor's daughter. I was told to look after her, but I failed miserably. Just look at her. She was a true beauty. Her skin nothing short of perfection. But it will soon putrefy, and she will turn into a zombie within the hour, like all the others.
There must be some way to stop it.
In a manner of speaking, there is. Either by putting a bullet through her brain, or by decapitating her completely. And to think that taxidermy used to be my hobby. But no longer. Please, I'd really like to be alone now.
Yeah, Chief Irons seems pretty creepy. Leaving the office, you enter a room decorated with all kinds of valuables, almost like a museum. The room is dark, and you can hear the footsteps of someone sneaking around nearby. Finding a light switch in the back of the room, you find out who was sneaking around. It's the little girl. She tries to run away, but Claire catches her hand in the nick of time, and the two have a nice, reassuring conversation. We learn that the girl's name is Sherry Birkin, and that her parents are both researchers at the nearby Umbrella chemical plant. Sherry's mother told her to wait for her at the police station, but obviously, that was a bad idea. After hearing a loud, monstrous roar in the hallway, Sherry tells us that a huge creature has been chasing after her. Then she runs off again. After leaving the museum room and heading back to the chief's office, we see that both the chief and the body of the mayor's daughter are gone. On the chief's desk, you find a key that leads you to the basement of the police station. And moving the painting behind the desk reveals 3 slots in the wall where you can place the stone tablet items you've been finding here. Heading to the basement and going deeper underground, you run into Sherry again. Claire tries her best to get Sherry to follow her, but Sherry runs off yet again and climbs through a small hole in a fenced-off wall. This time we actually get to play as Sherry, and side note, this is one of the weaker parts of the game for me. Actually, all of the parts that involve Sherry are kinda weak. If you've played the game, you know what I mean. As Sherry, we explore a small factory area. Dodging zombie dogs and solving puzzles nets us another key that we give back to Claire as we return to the fenced-off wall. Returning to Claire, Sherry realizes that there's no way for her to climb back up the wall, so she leaves to find her own way back. Switching to Claire, we head back up to the police station and finish the last remaining puzzles and acquire the final stone tablet item. Returning to the chief's office, we find Sherry waiting inside. Using the final tablet opens up a secret passage in one of the walls. There are papers scattered on the floor behind the wall, and reading them, we find out that it's a letter sent to the chief from William Birkin, Sherry's father. In the letter, Birkin talks about the mansion incident 2 months prior and tells the police chief that he needs to keep an eye on the remaining STARS members and to make sure that none of their knowledge on the T-virus gets out. Birkin also mentions that Umbrella is working on a more powerful virus known as the G-virus. So not only is Irons a total creep, but he's working for Umbrella. After reading this letter, you take the chief's hidden elevator deeper down into the police station. As you walk down a dark hallway, you hear someone screaming.
Help me!
Continuing down the hall, you enter what seems like a medieval torture chamber. Irons is waiting inside for you. The police chief confesses that he's been working with Umbrella and Birkin on the new G-Virus, and tells Claire that no one is getting out of this city alive. As the chief rants on, he begins to feel an immense pain in his chest before splitting open with a small creature crawling out of his mangled body and down into the lower level of the torture chamber. Ew. Following the creature down the ladder, you find it mutating into a massive abomination. After a short battle with the monster, you return back to Iron's office to get Sherry. Together, Claire and Sherry head back down and find a secret ladder leading into the Raccoon City sewer system. It's here where we get to see our first look at Sherry's father. He's been severely infected with the G-Virus. Exploring the sewers, Claire and Sherry get separated once again. Sherry falls down into a garbage chute where we see the mutated William Birkin approach her, infecting her with the G-Virus. After a short trek through the sewer, Claire is held up at gunpoint by a mysterious woman that we learn is Sherry's mother, Annette Birkin. Annette accuses Claire of being a spy looking to steal the G-Virus, but Claire manages to talk some sense into Annette and informs her that Sherry is lost somewhere down here. Hearing this, Annette runs off to look for her daughter. Continuing your exploration, you cross a bridge that leads into a long system of hallways, and at the end, you can see Sherry face down in a pile of garbage. But as you get closer, you're attacked by a giant alligator that was hiding under the water. The monster begins chasing you, so you backtrack down the hallway and release the lock to an emergency propane tank. The alligator tries to swallow the tank, but it just gets stuck in its mouth. You shoot the tank, blasting the alligator's head into a million pieces. After this short scuffle, you regroup with Sherry and find some more key items that lead you out of the sewers and to a sky tram that brings you to a mysterious factory. Arriving at this factory, you find a train that's connected to a giant turntable elevator system. Riding this giant platform down into the factory, Sherry passes out from a stomachache. It seems like her condition is getting worse. Just then, the train begins to shake, so you exit back to the platform only to discover that the infected William Birkin has you cornered. You have no choice but to fight. This battle is awesome. Birkin is much faster than a lot of the enemies you've been facing, and his attacks do a lot more damage, so you really have to manage your healing and reloads very wisely. The song that plays during this fight is really good too. It gets you pumped up, but also does a great job at making Birkin feel like a threat beyond measure. Eventually, Birkin goes down, and you head back inside the train as it makes its stop at the underground laboratory. After leaving Sherry to rest in a security room, Claire goes out to explore this mysterious location. The lab is pretty big, and you'll be doing your standard exploration and finding key items to progress further down. There's also a new enemy type down here, as well as more powerful lickers. The new Ivy monster isn't too difficult. They only appear a few times, and they go down very easily with flame grenades. Once you restore the lab's power, you go down to the lowest level, and here you once again run into Annette Birkin. She points her gun at Claire, furious over the murder of her mutated husband. She explains how she's created another G-Virus sample that she won't let anyone steal away from her. A loud roar can be heard around the corner. It's William. Annette rushes over to greet her husband, but what she finds is not what she was expecting. William strikes Annette down, leaving her in a near-death state. With her last dying breaths, Annette has a change of heart and gives Claire a file with instructions to make a G-Virus vaccine for her daughter Sherry. The final part of the game has you running all over the lab creating the vaccine. As you make your way back up to the main floor, you spot Leon on a security camera. Claire calls him with her radio and tells him that he has to go get Sherry from the security room. Once you make the vaccine, it's time to get the hell out of here. You make your way to the laboratory's cargo room and activate the main elevator. It takes some time to get up to you, but while you wait, William Birkin is back to stop your escape. Birkin is relentless in this new powerful form. This battle is pretty tough. Once you deal enough damage, Birkin transforms again into a four-legged beast with incredible speed and mobility. He also has a powerful attack that can severely damage or kill you if you're low on HP. After a long battle with this nightmare monster, the elevator arrives and you take it down to the transport platform where the train is already taking off. Leon and Sherry have made it. You hop on the train and administer the vaccine to Sherry. It works, and together our 3 survivors ride off into the sunset. It's finally over. But this isn't the end. To get the true ending, we have to go through Leon's side of the story. After separating from Claire, Leon heads to the police station. This time you enter through the back entrance. As soon as you arrive at the helipad, you see how the helicopter from Claire's story crashes into the police station. Entering the precinct, you'll be doing a lot of the same things you did in Claire's game, but now key items are located in different places, and instead of finding stone tablets, Leon gets chess piece-shaped keys. Leon's story also sees him being pursued by a new threat, Mr. X. This hulking brute is incredibly powerful and best avoided. If you manage to defeat him when he shows up, he'll drop you some ammo, but in my opinion, it's not very worth it. Mr. X is kind of the villain in this scenario. He keeps showing up when you least expect it. Besides this new enemy, Leon also encounters different characters in his story. When you go underground, you take a different path than Claire did. As Leon, you'll be exploring the underground parking lot, and it's here where we meet a mysterious new character.
Sorry about that. When I saw the uniform, I thought you were another zombie.
Who are you?
Ada Wong.
And what are you doing here?
I'm looking for some guy named Ben. He's one of those reporter types, always looking for a scoop. I heard he was locked up in the cell block, only there's a wrecked car barring the entrance. I've been trying to find another way inside.
Ada seems pretty shady, obviously not letting us in on the whole truth. Together, Leon and Ada push the wrecked police truck out of the way of the cell block door. In the cell block, we find a man locked behind bars. It's Ben, the guy that Ada mentioned from before. Ada asks Ben if he knows anything about what's been happening with the outbreak in the city. Ben is really stubborn. He's not giving up any info. He does tell us about a way to get out of the city through a manhole in the back of the police station. Ada runs off and we follow after her. Finding this manhole, we go down and end up in a small sewer-like area, where we find a room that has a door in it that uses the chess-themed keys we've been finding throughout Leon's journey. Leaving this room, we meet up with Ada. Leon gives her a boost up to a ventilation shaft. We see Sherry run away, dropping her necklace. Ada picks up the necklace and continues onward. This part of the game plays out very similarly to the first time we played as Sherry. Ada has to solve puzzles and make it past a few zombies to get the final precinct key. We return to Leon with the new key, but it's just like before with Sherry. There's no way for Ada to get back into the vent, so Ada just runs away. Returning to the police station, you finish up the remaining puzzles and gather all of the key items you need to progress. On this final visit, Mr. X is relentless. He shows up so many times and each time catches me off guard. I'm never ready for it. Finding the final chest key brings you to a room with an old dust chute. You jump down and it brings you right back to the underground cell block from before. Landing on your feet, you can hear someone screaming from inside the cells. Getting back to the cells, you find Ben bleeding out. Before dying, Ben gives you a memo of his findings and tells you about the police chief working for Umbrella. Ada shows up and tells Leon that she's heading for the chemical plant. Returning back to the chest key door room, you find William Birkin inside, brandishing a giant steel pipe. After a quick boss fight, Birkin falls off of the platform that you're standing on, and you make your way to the chemical plant. Going through the chest store, you find yourself in the sewer system, and you run into Ada again. Leon manages to convince Ada to stay with him this time. After a short trek through the sewer's corridors and down an elevator, we see Annette Birkin. Without explanation, Ada chases after Annette, but Annette fires her gun at Ada. Leon jumps in front of Ada, shielding her from the rain of bullets, and gets shot in the process. Switching to Ada, we chase after Annette, catching up to her. Annette knows about Ada's background with Umbrella. Ada's boyfriend, a man named John, worked for the pharmaceutical enterprise years ago. After a short conversation, Annette notices the necklace Ada is wearing happens to be Sherry's necklace. The two start fighting over Annette's gun, but Ada just knocks Annette's lights out and she falls over the railing and down into the disgusting sewer water below.
Too bad.
Switching back to Leon, we head into the sewer and meet back up with Ada. Ada patches up Leon's wound, and together they leave the sewer and head to the Skytram. During their ride to the factory, they're attacked by the mutated William Birkin on top of the tram. Birkin is punching his arm through the ceiling, desperately trying to get at Leon and Ada. Once you arrive at the factory, Birkin backs off and leaves you alone for now. This time the elevator platform is already down in the chemical plant because Claire and Sherry just came through here. You take a small elevator down one floor to a monitoring room, and you find the control panel key to bring the platform back up, but Mr. X also shows up to stop you. After dealing with your pursuer, you head up to the control panel and bring the platform back up. Leon and Ada board the train when all of a sudden the car starts to shake and a giant clawed hand busts through the wall, striking down Ada. Birkin is back, and this time he's more powerful than when Claire fought him here. Just like the first platform battle, Birkin is really tough, but after a long fight, he flees, leaving you to head back inside to check on Ada. Going back inside the train, you find that Ada is severely wounded, and our two characters have a nice touching moment together. I think I feel some love blossoming. The platform's motor overheats, stopping the train on a higher floor. Leon decides to go out alone to see if he can find some medical supplies for Ada, and if he can get the platform back up and moving again. Leon crawls through a ventilation shaft, and with the worst luck ever, the platform starts moving again as soon as he leaves Ada behind. This brings us to the lab's upper floors, where you find a locked power room and reactivate the main elevator. Riding the elevator down to the primary section of the lab returns you to the train platform, where you find that Ada is gone. Exploring the lab, you'll be fighting monsters and solving puzzles that lead you to finding the power room key. You head back to the power room, but you're intercepted by Annette. Leon and Annette argue back and forth about Ada being a spy working for Umbrella. Leon doesn't believe her. All of this is interrupted by the persistent Mr. X. Escaping the behemoth, you make it to the power room, where Mr. X has you cornered once again. This time, Ada shows up, distracting the colossal creature, but Mr. X grabs Ada by the neck, strangling her. Ada unloads a full handgun magazine into his face, prompting the monster to throw Ada into some nearby electrical equipment. The creature falls over the railing of the walkway into a huge vat of flammable liquid. Leon rushes over to Ada, but it's too late. She's bleeding out. The two share a moment together before Ada passes away. After saying goodbye, we pick up Ada's master key and leave the power room as the self-destruct system activates. As we leave Ada behind, we see a massive claw-like hand emerge from the vat of flammable liquid. Uh-oh. We get a call from Claire, who informs Leon that he needs to get Sherry from the security office before they leave. Heading down the main elevator, we pick up Sherry and use the master key to get to the transport platform. Reaching the platform, Leon puts Sherry into the train and goes to reactivate the train's power. Once you replace the train's power cables, the lights turn off. Mr. X is back. This time he's completely mutated. This battle is really tough. X has this huge lunging attack that has an incredible range. He could be across the room and just fly right up to you in an instant. After a certain amount of time passes, a shadowy figure calls out to Leon and drops him a rocket launcher. Was that Ada? Picking up the rocket launcher, you finally put a stop to your pursuer in the best possible way.
Game over.
Later, loser. Time to get on the train and go. As the train is leaving the station, Claire shows up in the nick of time and hops aboard. With Sherry cured and both Leon and Claire together, the three ride the train out of Raccoon City. It's finally over.
Warning, biohazardous outbreak imminent. The emergency system has been activated. This train will detonate. Repeat, this train will detonate.
What's wrong?
I don't know. The door won't open.
It's Birkin. He's back, and this time he's just a hideous blob of razor-sharp teeth and tentacles. The door to safety is shut. There is no turning back from this fight. Birkin has you cornered as he slowly approaches. This guy just won't quit. Even after you defeat him, he still regenerates and pushes onward. You're trapped on a non-stop self-destructing train with a giant creature. Our three heroes work together to stop the train. Sherry crawls into the main control car and hits the emergency brake. As the train stops, Leon, Claire, and Sherry make a break for it. Now, it's finally over. We all made it out alive, and our story is capped off with the second best line in video game history.
Come on, time to leave.
Now? What's wrong? Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
Go? Where?
Hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella.
Resident Evil 2's story is so good. As much as I love the first game's simple escape setup, RE2's story is like 10 times better. It takes that basic escaped concept and just pushes it further and further as the game goes on. In the first Resident Evil, there was one giant mutant guy right at the very end, but in this game we get two hulking behemoths that are seemingly unkillable, tracking down each character throughout the entire game, and they just keep getting scarier and stronger as you progress. And you have to escape a city. The stakes are so incredibly high in this game. Our characters actually feel like human beings too. If RE1's voice acting was comparable to a third grader's stage play, RE2 feels like a badass 90s anime. All of the voice actors did a really great job at bringing these characters to life. Their performances aren't super realistic or even Hollywood, but they're all memorable. Paul Haddad and Allison Court as Leon and Claire are amazing. Each character has a clear and distinct goal and personality. Leon is really cute in this game. He's so innocent and just wants to do the right thing in this terrible situation he's been put in. He always has a hopeful outlook on things, and he tries his best to do everything in his power to protect the people around him like a real police officer would. But ultimately, he learns that sometimes you can't save everyone. And that's really great character building. It's also great when no one listens to him.
Ada, wait! Hey!
Leon, are you still there? We're leaving.
Are you crazy? The streets are still crawling with zombies.
It'll be all right, trust me. We found a way to the sewer. Follow us later.
Claire! Claire! Wait! Man, why doesn't anyone ever listen to me?
I also really love the dynamic between Sherry and Claire. Towards the end of the game, you find out that Sherry has pretty much been alone for most of her life. Her parents were off working for Umbrella, so seeing Claire look after Sherry like an older sister and saving her from this nightmare is really awesome. Both of our main characters have very relatable character traits and motivations. They're both young and likable, and they stand out more than the characters in the first game ever could. It's pretty obvious why so many people like Leon and Claire the most out of all of the characters in the series. Another really awesome thing about RE2's story is that everything that I told you in my story recap can play out in a different order. I mentioned this earlier, but the reason why each character has their own disc is because both characters have an A and B scenario. So basically when you start the game for the first time as either Claire or Leon, you start their A scenario. Once you finish the game, your save file turns into the other character's B scenario, and when you load up that save, you start a new game from the other side of the story. You get to see what the other character was doing during your initial playthrough. That's pretty cool, huh? The way I usually play the game is Claire A, then Leon B, but you could choose to play Leon A or Claire B, or you could just play through both. I'd say it's worth playing through both of the full campaigns because you're going to be experiencing different events in each scenario. It's kinda crazy if you think about it. You're getting 4 separate stories out of this game. Talk about replay value. And of course, when I was recapping my playthrough, I may have left a few things out, so when you play the game, you'll be surprised. Other than the A and B scenarios, you can also unlock a bunch of super-powered infinite ammo weapons if you beat the game with a high enough ranking. You can also find a secret key that unlocks a closet full of different costumes if you make it to the police station without picking up any items in the beginning. Excuse me. Reach to the police station. This time you'll also unlock a new mode, the 4th Survivor, where you play as Umbrella Agent Hunk. Hunk's game is tough as nails. You have a preset inventory and there are no item pickups, so you have to play very carefully if you want to make it through the night. Later releases of RE2 also included another game mode called Extreme Battle Game, where you choose a character and work your way up from the lab back to the police station. The amount of content you get with this game is really great. This game is definitely worth every penny. As you guys probably already know, this game sold extremely well and is often considered the best game in the series by many people. RE2 was also ported to a bunch of other consoles as time went on. These ports even include unique features like skipping the door opening animations and the cutscenes. The GameCube and Dreamcast versions in particular look really good too. They actually went in and cleaned up a lot of the models and background for these ports. Resident Evil 2 is so popular that its environments and locales have shown up in a bunch of Resident Evil side games and spin-offs. This game, outside of the overall series, has its own legacy that's still being celebrated to this day. And it's no surprise, really. Resident Evil 2 is an incredible game that managed to improve upon everything that was introduced in the original Resident Evil, and that game was almost perfect. This is the part where I get a little personal. When I was a kid, I used to read video game magazines, and I would always see Leon in articles about RE2. I'd say to my older brother, "I want to be the blue guy." When I eventually got the game, my brother bought it for me, along with a Leon action figure. I used to play this game with my brother and friends all the time, just trying to unlock everything. I have so many good memories of RE2, and whenever I play it, it really brings me back to a more innocent time. And that's why I'm so happy I got to play it again for this video series. I still remember the night when I beat the game for the first time with all of my buddies around me. Being in danger status and landing the final shot on William Birkin, winning the boss fight, was truly a magical experience. If you've never played this game, I hope this video got you more interested in trying it out. Kamiya and his team really outdid themselves with RE2, and I just want to say thank you to Kamiya-san and everyone that worked on this very special game. Not even starting from scratch could stop them from making the perfect sequel. Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed the second part of my Resident Evil retrospective analysis series. I don't really know what category these videos fit into yet. I'm just having a lot of fun talking about these games. This video was kind of a pain to make. The writing process took forever because I couldn't decide if I wanted to cover the entire story or just give a short summary. But I think the story is way too good not to talk about the whole thing, you know? I want to take a moment to give shoutouts to some very special people. First off, huge shout out to my consistent artist, Dross Art. He does all of the avatar thumbnail stuff for my videos, and I just wanted to say thanks because I haven't done that yet in a video. Love ya, BB. Another shout out to Detective Pardo, who drew Leon and Claire for the thumbnail. Pardo does a lot of Resident Evil art, and you should check out her Twitter. I'll leave a link down in the description. I'd like to also thank Itla for doing this amazing outro art that's on screen right now. Itla is a champ for doing this piece on such short notice. Thank you, Itla. I also want to give some shoutouts to some very awesome Resident Evil content creators. If you guys haven't seen his stuff yet, please check out Avalanche Reviews. He's been doing a full Resident Evil retrospective series, which includes the mainline and side games. It's very well produced content, and I highly recommend it. Also, if you're a big Resident Evil fan, please check out Carcinogen SDA. He speedruns like all of the Resident Evil games, and his commentary is always very insightful. Recently, he actually did a full playthrough of Resident Evil 3 with the game's director. It's a really interesting watch if you're a big Resident Evil 3 fan, like I am. So yeah, go check out Carcy, he's amazing. Everyone's links will be down in the description. Be sure to check them all out. Also, if you enjoy my content and want to support me, please consider supporting me on Patreon. It's only $1 a month, but I also have a bonus podcast-like show called Inside the Sphere at my $5 tier. It's a really fun show. I talk gaming news and what I've been up to recently. All of the support I've been getting from Patreon has done a lot to improve my content here on YouTube. Last month I was able to acquire a FrameMeister upscaling device, and this month I actually upgraded my editing software to Adobe Premiere. So I'll leave a link down in the description box. Any support that you can offer really helps me out. Also, one last shout out to all the people currently supporting me on Patreon. It means the world to me. You guys are legends and are actually keeping this channel up and running. So yes, thank you so much. Anyway guys, I'll talk to you later. After the massive success of Resident Evil 2, Capcom decided to begin working on multiple entries to the series. These would include a third mainline game developed by the team responsible for RE2, and a spin-off game being developed by a new and inexperienced Capcom team led by the fresh-faced developer, Kazuhiro Aoyama. This original RE3, directed by Hideki Kamiya, would see players controlling the character Hunk from Resident Evil 2, exploring an abandoned luxury cruise liner, trying to get a sample of the G-Virus back to Umbrella. This Kamiya project was having a lot of troubles with its development, eventually being cancelled because Capcom realized the game wouldn't be ready for a PlayStation 1 release, with the upcoming PlayStation 2 just around the corner. Kamiya and his team were instead sent off to work on the development of RE4 on PS2. The Resident Evil spin-off game by Aoyama was then officially promoted to mainline status. This side game started off as a simple escape story involving new characters trapped in Raccoon City. Once the game was promoted, Aoyama and Shinji Mikami agreed that the main protagonist should be a returning RE character, so they ended up going with Jill Valentine from the first Resident Evil. This new RE3 project would keep that simple escape story, but now the developers would have more of a connection to series lore to play around with. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, or as it's known in Japan, Biohazard Last Escape, sees STARS officer Jill Valentine fighting for survival in Raccoon City while being pursued by a new threat. RE3 is one of my favorite games in the series, and I'm really excited to finally tell you guys all about it. So yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about Resident Evil 3. At its core, RE3 is a survival horror game, and it plays very similarly to the first two titles. Using the standard tank controls, fixed camera angles, and pre-rendered backgrounds the series was known for up to this point. Back before this game was mainline RE3, Aoyama and his team wanted this game to stand out from the rest of the series by adding mechanics you wouldn't normally expect to see in an RE game. RE3 retains a lot of these unexpected features, and they do a really good job at setting this game apart from its predecessors. This time, the developers decided to add more action-oriented mechanics to make the game's escape theme feel more exciting and action-packed. In Resident Evil 3, you can now quickly turn around. This mechanic is known as the 180 quick turn, and it is extremely useful. Now you no longer have to slowly turn your character around by rotating them. The quick turn allows you to escape from monsters and desperate situations much faster. It's an awesome addition that adds a much needed speed to the RE formula, and it's just really useful pretty much in every situation. You'll be quick turning all over the place. Another unique mechanic introduced in this game is its ammo crafting system. You start the game with the new reloading tool in your inventory, and as you explore Raccoon City, you'll be finding different types of gunpowder to use on the tool, creating specific ammo for certain weapons. The ammo crafting actually has depth to it. You can combine different gunpowder types to create ammo for different weapons, and the more you craft a specific ammo type, Jill's crafting abilities will actually increase, allowing you to make more powerful advanced versions of ammo, like the enhanced pistol ammo for example. I really like this because it feels like Jill is getting better at a particular skill as the game goes on, and it rewards you for sticking with a particular weapon. It's also pretty balanced because by the time you get the enhanced ammo crafting, you'll probably be about halfway through the game, where you'll be encountering more difficult combat situations. This game also gives you the ability to dodge enemy attacks with the new emergency evade mechanic. I know that might sound cool, like, damn, Jill's got the moves, but evading attacks in this game is incredibly unintuitive and kind of complicated. So the way it works is right when an enemy's attack is about to connect, you can either press the aim button, or if you're already aiming, press the shoot button to either dodge or push enemies away from you. The result of this input varies depending on the enemy type and situation. It's also just very tricky learning how to dodge in the first place. It definitely requires a lot of practice against each enemy type. When evading a zombie, Jill actually pushes it back instead of hopping out of the way. Zombies are the most difficult to read in this game. Their attacks have no clear wind-up animations or lunges like the other monsters. They just sort of shamble toward you with their arms up. Evading can sometimes leave you in a very vulnerable state if you're up against a group of monsters, which, by the way, another bad thing about emergency evade is that you don't have invincibility frames. So once the evade animation starts, you can still be hit by another enemy, which can lead to situations like this one. Pretty crazy, right? You also can't cancel out of the animation, so once it starts, there's no stopping until it fully plays out or you get hit. It sucks because this mechanic could have been really good if it was implemented better, maybe having it mapped to its own button instead of it feeling so random. I highly recommend looking up a guide or a tutorial on this if you haven't played the game yet. The game is also completely playable if you decide not to evade attacks. You can easily play this game just like the first two titles. I guess the most positive side to evading is when it actually works, it looks really cool. It's awesome seeing Jill slide out of the way or muscle through a crowd of zombies, avoiding incoming danger like a champ. The final new mechanic introduced in this game are the live selections. So now at certain points in the story, during specific cutscenes, you'll be given 2 choices that alter how the rest of the game plays out. Some of these have very minor changes, and others can lead you to new areas, drastically altering the course of the story. It's awesome for replayability, but we'll talk about this more a little bit later. Aside from these bigger additions, RE3 also improves upon a lot of smaller things, like graphics and animation. The pre-rendered backgrounds in this game are really awesome. Exploring Raccoon City is a real treat in this game because I'm sure after playing RE2, a lot of people may have wanted to explore the city and see what it had to offer. And I think RE3 really delivers on that front. Another small improvement is that you actually have free control to walk upstairs now, unlike the first 2 games where you'd press a button at the foot of a staircase to make them walk up. Now if you want to turn around on stairs, you can do that, but this also means that monsters can follow you up and down stairs, adding to the game's challenge. Oh yeah, and there's this very tiny thing that probably only I care about. Jill holds 2-handed weapons correctly now. I know, it's a tiny little detail, but it makes me happy. In the first 2 games, characters would hold shotguns and grenade launchers just pointing at the ground. Very unsafe, Leon. You can really hurt yourself that way. Sheesh. Overall, I'd say RE3's gameplay feels a lot faster and tighter than the previous entries. The new mechanics and upgraded presentation make the Resident Evil formula feel unique for this specific title. So far, I've been telling you guys about the basics when it comes to RE3. I've been leaving something out, something pretty big. If you've played the game, you already know who I'm talking about.
Jill! Brad! We've gotta... Jill! Help! No!
Throughout your journey in Raccoon City, you'll be pursued by the hulking undead behemoth, Nemesis. This creature has one goal: to eliminate every last STARS member trapped in Raccoon City, and that includes our main character, Jill. Imagine having to deal with a faster and more aggressive version of Mr. X from RE2, but throughout an entire game. Oh yeah, and sometimes he has a rocket launcher. Pretty intense. Nemesis is not only terrifying, but really awesome. He can chase you pretty much everywhere. A lot of his appearances are scripted, but there are a few that are more random. Whenever Nemesis is in the area, a specific piece of music will play. It's really creepy knowing that he's on the prowl, stalking your every move. Sometimes when Nemesis chases you and you escape into another area, the game will sometimes play sounds that Nemesis makes in order to trick you into thinking that he's nearby. It really makes you feel like you're being chased around by a smart predator. In combat, Nemesis is really tough. All of his attacks do a lot of damage, and he has a few grab moves that you really have to fight to get out of. You're gonna be mashing those buttons pretty hard. This guy is best avoided, but he's also defeatable. You just really have to make sure that you're prepared before taking him on. If you happen to beat Nemesis during certain battles, he will drop you valuable weapon parts which, when combined together, make brand new firearms, like the extremely powerful STI Eagle. He can also drop other items like the first aid box, where you can store up to 3 first aid sprays in one item slot, aka an extremely valuable item. Once you take down Nemesis, he's not gone for good, but it'll take him a while to track your scent again, so you can move around the city more freely. I recommend avoiding the non-story related Nemesis battles during your first playthrough. You should just focus on surviving and maybe practicing the dodge move with other enemies. You can always do another playthrough where you try to beat Nemesis every time he shows up. You know, once you've learned the layout of the game better. By the way, I love doing those playthroughs. Wrecking that big fool every time he shows up. Very satisfying. Nemesis isn't the only challenging part about RE3. This game is actually really tough overall. The standard zombies move really fast and usually travel in groups, making it a real challenge just getting past them. Now that I think of it, the way this game handles its difficulty setting is kinda weird. See, in RE3, there are only 2 difficulty modes, easy and hard mode. That's right, there's no normal mode in this game. Hard mode plays a lot like the previous games, focusing on the survival horror elements that we're all used to in the Resident Evil games. Easy, on the other hand, starts you off with an assault rifle, and the item boxes already contain powerful weapons like the Magnum and shotgun right out of the gate. You also get an infinite ink ribbon, so you could just save whenever you want. Easy makes the game feel more like your typical action game. I think the devs messed up here. Like, instead of calling these modes easy and hard, I think they'd be better off named survival and action mode, because both modes are fun to play, and I think after you do a playthrough on hard, the default setting, it's really fun going through the game on easy and just seeing how differently the game plays out. On your first playthrough, I highly recommend starting with hard mode. This game features a lot of new weapons like the mine thrower and the custom guns that you get from defeating Nemesis, and on easy mode, you don't get any of these things, so you'll be missing out on this title's new stuff. Also, experiencing the brutal chases with Nemesis are much better on hard mode. No matter which difficulty you choose, Resident Evil 3's story will remain the same. And speaking of that, why don't we take an extended look at Jill Valentine's desperate escape out of Raccoon City? The story of Resident Evil 3 begins with the destruction of Raccoon City. A viral outbreak has occurred, turning the civilians of this quiet Midwestern town into bloodthirsty, mindless zombies. The Raccoon City Police Department are trying their best to fight back against the ever-growing hordes of undead. While this is happening, a mysterious military group has also arrived to help out any survivors, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Ultimately, the RPD and this military group are left either utterly destroyed or in shambles. The streets of Raccoon City are left silent and covered in blood. As the city falls into ruins, our hero, former STARS officer Jill Valentine, begins her last escape. The opening hour of this game is great. The best way I could describe it is, imagine RE2's opening mad dash to the police station, but an extended version of that. The streets of Raccoon City are tight and maze-like. A lot of them are packed with zombies, making for some nice fight or flight situations. As you explore the city's uptown area, you'll be dodging zombies, collecting key items, and chasing after someone who's also trying to survive. You can't really get a clear view of this person at first, but eventually you catch up with them as they're being attacked by a zombie. Taking down the zombie, you find out that it's fellow officer and helicopter pilot Brad Vickers.
Brad, hang in there. Why isn't someone doing something about this?
I didn't know you were still alive, Jill. The police aren't trained for this kind of situation. What could they do? Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
Brad is incredibly distressed. I wonder who he could be talking about. After talking to Brad, we continue into the downtown area. A lot of the streets are blocked off or barricaded due to the recent disaster. But we come across a locked alleyway door. With Jill being the master of unlocking and surprisingly without a lockpick, we head over to the RPD. If we're gonna find a lockpick anywhere in this city, it'll be in Jill's desk. Walking through the front gate of the police station, we meet up with Brad again, when out of nowhere, the massive creature Nemesis finally shows up. Nemesis slaughters Brad, and we're left with a choice: fight the monster or run. We choose to fight the monster, but it's a very tough battle for us now. Instead, we run over to Brad's body, grab his key card, and head inside. Once inside the police station, we use Brad's card key to acquire the password to the evidence room lockers, where we find a sapphire gem and the STARS office key. Entering the STARS office, we find Jill's lockpick and some supplies. We also get a call from someone over the office radio.
No! Come anyone! Our platoon is cut off! No survivors found! This is Carlos! Send in support immediately!
Wonder who that could be. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to head back to that locked door. As we backtrack through the precinct, we're intercepted by Nemesis, but we narrowly escape. Now that we have that alleyway door open, we're free to explore the downtown area. While exploring, we come across a new creature, the absolutely disgusting Brainsucker. This thing is like a combination of a man and an insect. Very gross, very fast, and very poisonous. I highly recommend running from these guys if you have the choice. Getting past this monster, we find ourselves in a diner, and exploring the back room, we find a crowbar that opens up a panel leading into the basement. As Jill opens the panel, tunnel, she hears someone sneaking around behind her. It's a man named Carlos. He works for Umbrella's military force. Carlos lets Jill know that him and his comrades were sent here to save the civilians, but obviously they haven't been successful so far. Jill and Carlos are interrupted by the sudden appearance of Nemesis. The two hide in the main part of the diner as Jill uses a lantern to blow up a tank leaking gas next to Nemesis. The monster is temporarily incapacitated as Jill and Carlos quickly leave out of the back door.
I need to ask you something. Why did Umbrella send your team here?
Our mission is to rescue the civilians.
How kind of you. Considering Umbrella caused all this in the first place, those liars!
Look, we're just mercenaries, hired hands. No time for talking. If you can believe me, then join us. Think about it!
Carlos seems kinda shady, but we also don't have any other options. Getting back to our journey, we find another gem as well as a few other key items. We use both the sapphire and emerald gems to open up the entryway to City Hall. Passing through a few more tight back streets, we find an out-of-commission cable car. Inside the cars, we meet up with Carlos and some of his comrades. Their plan is to get the cable car back up and running, using it as a shield to get through the city more easily. Jill agrees to help the soldiers, and Carlos gives her a side pack, extending her inventory. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. You need to find all of the items to get the cable car moving again. It feels a lot like the first game's open-ended mansion segment. We need to find a spare power cable, a new fuse, and some oil to reactivate the cars. We leave Carlos behind and grab a wrench as we head out. As we explore the city, we come across a gas station. We're likely to find some oil in there. The gas station's shutter is down, so we use our crank to open up. Oh. So we use our wrench to open the shutter. How embarrassing. Once inside the station, we find oil, but it won't be enough to get the cable car up and running. We head back into the downtown area and solve another puzzle that nets us a battery that allows us access into another part of the city, where we find a replacement fuse. Heading back into the uptown area, we find a pharmaceutical building. Inside, we hear a man screaming for his life as a gunshot goes off. It's Umbrella Squad leader Nikolai. He just killed one of his own men who was turning into a zombie. Nikolai seems completely unfazed by this. Very cold-blooded. The building's storage room contains an oil additive that'll make the oil we found earlier usable on the cable car. Once we grab the additive, a commotion can be heard outside. You can hear Nikolai scream as a horde of zombies break into the building. Fighting your way out of the zombie-infested rooms, you make your way back to the cable car with all of the components you need to restart it. On your way back, the ground starts to shake and split open, dropping Jill into an underground maintenance tunnel. Recovering from the fall, Jill gets up and is attacked by a giant mutated worm busting through the wall. After quickly releasing the lock to a maintenance ladder and dodging that giant worm, Jill climbs up and finds herself back at the cable car. After you replace all of the broken components, Carlos catches up with Jill. Together they take off. Jill informs Carlos that Nikolai sadly won't be joining them on their escape. It doesn't take very long for our persistent friend Nemesis to show up. He tries to stop our escape, but one of the men from Carlos's unit buys us some time. The mercenary sacrifices himself by letting a grenade go off in his hand as Nemesis approaches him. The blast knocks Nemesis from the car, but also damages the vehicle overall. The brakes are out and we're left with a choice: jump out of the window or hit the emergency brake. We choose to jump out of the window as the cable car loses control and crashes. Jill awakens in a church clock tower. This part of the game is awesome. It definitely has that RE1 feel. The look of the clock tower is very old-timey and gothic, like the Spencer Mansion. The clock tower is also very puzzle-heavy. It has some of the better puzzles in the series. I really like the music box and clock puzzles. The game definitely slows down a bit here, but like in a good way. In a survival horror way. After solving a bunch of puzzles and meeting back up with Carlos, Jill acquires a gear that activates the tower's bell. The bell signals a nearby chopper, and it begins its descent. Our heroes are finally saved, until Nemesis shows up, downing the helicopter with his rocket launcher. You didn't really think that was the end, did you? Nemesis approaches Jill, attacking and infecting her. Jill has no other options this time. She has to face this threat head on. I'm gonna level with you, this battle is really tough. With Jill being infected, you actually can't check your status, so you have to go off of her movement and limping to see if you're about to die. Also, limping makes Jill slower, and Nemesis is really fast. He also starts this battle with his rocket launcher in hand. Nemesis definitely has the speed and strength advantage over Jill in this fight, but eventually, after a long, bloody battle, you and Jill overcome this challenge together. Damn, even Nemesis is limping after this one. Jill collapses after the battle and passes out. After some time, Carlos shows up and brings Jill inside the chapel part of the tower.
Carlos?
It looks like our roles have been reversed from when we originally met, huh? Don't worry, Jill. This chapel is safe.
I've been infected by the virus, haven't I?
Hey! Take it easy.
I'm okay. Don't feel any pain. But that's what bothers me. If I can't feel anything, then what does that mean?
Don't give up, Jill. I'll take care of you. Whatever you do, don't let that virus beat you.
Switching to Carlos, we head outside in search of something to help Jill. We head over to the Raccoon City Hospital where we encounter a familiar threat. The hunters are back and faster than ever. Luckily, they don't stand a chance against Carlos's assault rifle. Exploring the hospital's 4th floor, we come across Nikolai. He's alive and has once again shot down another member of his team. Nikolai's about to shoot Carlos when the downed team member pulls out a grenade, forcing Carlos and Nikolai to run. Nikolai jumps out of a window and we continue our investigation. In the hospital, we gather the ingredients to make a vaccine for Jill's infection. On the way back to the tower, the main lobby of the hospital has been rigged with explosives. Carlos makes it out in the nick of time as the building collapses behind him. Getting back to Jill, Carlos is intercepted by Nemesis. He's back and very mutated, with multiple razor-sharp tentacles coming out of his body. Escaping the monster, we use the vaccine on Jill. As Jill wakes up, Carlos tells her that Nemesis is still alive and waiting for her outside. He's playing with our 2 heroes. Carlos also tells Jill that Nikolai is still alive and is very dangerous. The 2 split up and we switch back to Jill. Dodging Nemesis and leaving the clock tower behind, we find ourselves in Raccoon Park. The park section of this game is pretty slow. It's like the devs were making the game and then realized it was too short, so they made this area to just like mess with people. The fountain gear puzzle has all of these combinations right next to it, so you mess around with these but nothing happens. But if you just walk over here, it gives you the correct combination to drain the fountain. It's like, man, why are you wasting my time like this? The park kinda takes a lot of the momentum out of the story. Like, all this amazing stuff happens, and then it's like, oh, just run around in circles for a bit. Sheesh. Anyway, getting past the park, we run into Nikolai in a cemetery shed. He explains why him and his team are here in the first place. It turns out Nikolai is an Umbrella supervisor, and his team were sent to Raccoon City as live test subjects against Umbrella's monsters. Nikolai was only required to collect live data on how his team dealt with the monsters, or how the monsters dealt with them. So basically they were sent to their deaths for the sake of research. Man, Umbrella is really messed up, isn't it? As Nikolai is explaining his plan, the ground starts to shake. Nikolai runs off, and as we leave the shed, the ground splits open. The giant worm from before is back, and this time we have to put it down for good. After fighting the worm for a while, its tremors knock a street lamp out of its place. We shoot down the lamp, causing an electrical burst that fries the worm completely. Leaving the park area, we come across a bridge leading to a mysterious factory. Crossing the bridge, we're attacked by Nemesis again, but this time we're not putting up with any of his BS. Badass. Entering the factory, we meet up with Carlos, and he tells Jill that Umbrella is planning to launch a nuke at Raccoon City. They'll do anything to cover their tracks. Cowards. In the factory, we have to solve puzzles in order to power on a door that may lead to an exit. Once we get everything all powered up, we head to this new area where we find Nikolai sneaking around. He shoots at Jill but misses. Then he tells her that all of the Umbrella supervisors are dead, and he plans on killing Jill as a bonus from Umbrella. Well, Nikolai speaks a little too soon as he's dragged up into the ceiling. Nikolai is finally dead. Serves you right, crazy man. After this confrontation, we head into the nearby treatment room. The room is pitch black, but once the power reactivates and the lights turn on, we see Nemesis slowly walking towards us. The door is locked and the disposal sequence has taken effect. We have a limited amount of time to finally take care of our pursuer. Nemesis attacks Jill, but she dodges him and hits an acid valve behind her. The acid melts away some of the tentacles on Nemesis's arm, severely wounding him. Nemesis is really slow in this fight, but he makes up for it with long-range tentacle attacks. After a long battle of dodging, landing carefully placed shots, and hitting the acid valves, Nemesis goes down, almost completely dismembered. As we leave, we see the treatment room floor open up, dumping all of the garbage and Nemesis's mangled corpse into the disgusting liquid under the factory. With Nemesis gone for good, it's time to find Carlos and get out of here. We head over to the communications tower where we get a call from Carlos. He's found a helicopter in the lower level of the factory. We pick up a radar receiver that tracks the missile heading toward Raccoon City. Heading down a ladder, we enter an emergency tunnel that leads us into a test chamber housing a massive experimental rail cannon. This room is covered in corpses. A crazy battle must have occurred here. The exit to the helicopter landing zone is locked, so we have to restore the power to this room. While re-engaging the power units, something falls from the ceiling. It's a barely recognizable Nemesis. Nemesis is no longer the imposing threat we knew him as. Now he's just a blob of barely held together flesh. The blob begins to feed on the corpse of a dead monster, making Nemesis grow in size. None of our weapons will stand a chance against this thing, so we decide to power up the rail cannon. After all of the power units are connected, the cannon successfully test fires. Now we just have to lead the monster in front of it. Once the cannon strikes Nemesis, it cuts a hole clean through him, but he's still not giving up. The pathetic mass of flesh slowly creeps towards Jill. The game gives us one final choice: exterminate the monster or leave it to die in the explosion. We choose to finish him off in style as Jill delivers the greatest line in video game history.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
You know, there's just something about a short little woman one-handing a .357 Magnum like it's no one's business. It's probably the most badass thing I've ever seen, if I'm being honest. After finally dealing with Nemesis once and for all, we leave the factory and catch up with Carlos. Both characters escape just as the nuke reaches the city, decimating everything. It's over. We made it out alive, but Raccoon City is gone, and Umbrella is still at large for what happened here. A bittersweet ending, but finding and dealing with Umbrella is a story for another time. For now, we live to fight another day. Resident Evil 3 has my favorite story out of the first 3 games. It's the most simple, just purely focusing on Jill Valentine's escape and epic rivalry with Nemesis. At the beginning of the game, Nemesis may seem unkillable, but by the end, you'll be kicking his ass around just like he was doing to you at the start. It's a nice progression for both Jill and the player. This game does have that similar 90s anime vibe when it comes to the voice acting. Like RE2, all of the characters have a distinct personality, and in this game's case, a distinct accent. Literally all of the mercenaries have an accent. It's pretty cool. I really like the chemistry between Jill and Carlos in the beginning. Jill clearly doesn't trust him or his comrades, but as the story goes on and Carlos begins to realize how evil Umbrella is, they build a trust and begin hating on Umbrella together. It's beautiful. RE3 actually has a lot of replayability with its live selection system and branching paths. The playthrough I showed you is usually how I play the game, but there are other paths you can take that really change up how the characters interact with each other, and whether or not some of them will live or die in certain situations. For example, there is a path you can go down that makes Jill and Carlos end up feeling a little more romantic than in the story that I showed you. Also, there is an alternate ending where Barry from the first game picks you up after dealing with Nemesis. It was so awesome seeing him again. Depending on how many times you finish the game, you'll also unlock extended epilogue sequences that detail what happens to each character after RE2 and 3. So you get to see what happened to Claire, Leon, and Sherry after RE2, and see what other characters like Chris and Barry were up to. It's a really nice cap-off to everyone's stories at the end of this trilogy of games, and they may hint at things to come. Once you finish the game, you'll unlock a bonus mode called The Mercenaries, a mode that may show up in future Resident Evil titles. You'll have to wait and see. The Mercenaries is really fun. You get to choose one of 3 characters, those being Carlos, Mikhail, and Nikolai. The goal is to get from the cable car all the way to the warehouse office in uptown Raccoon City. You start with a 2-minute timer, but kills and dodging enemy attacks earn you extra seconds in your time limit. Finishing this mode nets you money that you can spend on powerful infinite ammo weapons that you can use in the main game. It's a nice alternative to the first 2 games that just required you to finish with super fast times to unlock these weapons. Also, depending on your endgame score, you'll be unlocking bonus costumes in the boutique. So yeah, like the other games, this title has a lot of replayability with both its gameplay and story events. Before we finish up here, I just want to say that when I was growing up, Jill Valentine was my favorite character based on RE1. I didn't really know why I liked her so much, it was probably her outfit. But when I first played RE3, that's when I really fell in love with this character. Jill Valentine, in my opinion, is the strongest and best female video game character out there. She's up against impossible odds and ends up coming out on top, completely owning Nemesis in the most badass way possible. In the story, she isn't a helpless damsel. She accomplishes almost everything by herself, whether it be completing the game's puzzles or defeating the boss monsters, but she also isn't invincible either. Accepting help from Carlos, building a trust with him, and ultimately escaping the city together is what I love about this character. She knows she's not bulletproof, but through her actions and faith in others, she prevails and survives the night. Also, that one-liner to Nemesis in the end is just amazing. Like literally, it's one of, if not the best lines in all of video games. After hours of this massive undead idiot chasing you around muttering that single word, you turn the tables and absolutely destroy him. Hands down, one of the best moments in the series. Jill never gives up, even in death. When you die in this game and reload your save file, you always see Jill's thoughts on the loading screen, almost as if she knows she just died. The things she says always get me fired up to take down Nemesis and escape Raccoon City, to try again, to not give up. Seeing this as a kid was very inspiring. Stuff like the loading screens and Jill's no-nonsense but caring attitude helped me get through a lot growing up. Whenever things were getting tough in my life, I would play this game, and getting through it each time always left me a little more hopeful about whatever I was currently going through. Jill's unbreakable spirit and determination inspired me to never give up and to always try again. That's why I love this game so much. Its deeper message is great, and that's a lot to be said about a game that was almost a standard spin-off. Kazuhiro Aoyama and his team did a fantastic job with closing out this trilogy of incredible survival horror classics. And I have to say, that's pretty good for a team of inexperienced newcomers. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. We've officially covered the first trilogy in the Resident Evil series. I'm actually really proud with how my retrospective has been going so far, and it makes me really happy that you guys, fellow RE fans, are liking these videos too. These games mean a lot to me, and I'm glad I could share my love for them with you guys, and we can all talk about them together. The first 4 survival horror entries definitely shaped me as a human being. I'd like to give some shoutouts to some very lovely people while I'm here. First up, Drossart. He did this awesome outro art for this video and the new Sue Valentine avatar. I absolutely love it. Big shout out to Residents of Evil. They are a YouTube group that run a channel that almost exclusively covers Resident Evil content. They're really cool people, and the variety of content they put out is really nice. ROE also covers a lot of fan games and mods, which is really nice to see. Some added exposure to indie devs is always cool. I'd also like to shout out a friend of mine. You probably already know her if you're on any of the Resident Evil social media pages, and that's Kat. Kat is the community manager of Resident Evil, and she does a lot of streams on the official RE Twitch channel. Kat is really cool and also a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the series. I always learn something new about Resident Evil when I tune into the streams. It's really fun. Everyone's links will be down in the description, and it would be really cool if you guys could check out these awesome people. I'd also like to give one last shout out to all my patrons who are keeping this channel up and running. You guys are the best, and I love you. If you're new to my channel and want to support me, please check out my Patreon link down in the description. It's only $1 per month, but I also have some cool bonuses, like Inside the Sphere, which is my extra Patreon show, which I'll be doing a lot more of now that I have this video out of the way. I hope you guys check it out. I hope you have a nice day, and I'll talk to you later. On the last episode of Enter the Survival Horror, I mentioned that after the release and massive success of Resident Evil 2, Capcom began working on multiple Resident Evil games. These projects were planned to release on a variety of different consoles. At this time, Capcom had around 5 different Resident Evil projects in development. These would include what we know as the Raccoon City side game, Resident Evil 1.9, the light gun spin-off, RE Gun Survivor, the Nintendo 64 exclusive RE Zero, Hideki Kamiya's RE3 boat project, and finally a port port of RE2 for the Sega Saturn. With all of these projects happening at the same time, it proved to be a massive strain on the teams developing these games, obviously leading to big development struggles for most of these titles. As we know now, RE0's development would be put on hold and later resumed on the Nintendo GameCube years later. Kamiya's RE3 transitioned into a plethora of game ideas until finally becoming Devil May Cry. RE 1.9 ended up becoming RE3 Nemesis, and surprisingly, Gun Survivor released on time without any problems. That leaves us with the Sega Saturn port of RE2. This port was overseen by series director and producer Shinji Mikami. While in development, Mikami and his team realized that the Saturn's power wouldn't be enough to properly port RE2 without making some pretty drastic changes that would have affected the game's overall quality in a negative way. RE2 Saturn would end up being cancelled, leaving a lot of Sega fans who enjoyed the Saturn version of RE1 in the dust. Shortly after this game's cancellation, Mikami was approached by a Sega employee who suggested making a Resident Evil game for Sega in the future. Mikami and his team quickly came up with some new ideas and thought to apply them to the upcoming Sega Dreamcast console. With this new goal in mind, the idea of Code Veronica was born, a Resident Evil side game directed by RE1 designer Hiroki Kato. CV and RE3 would be developed at the same time and released only 1 year apart. This has often led many people to speculate and theorize that CV was actually supposed to be the original RE3. This is a common misconception. Even though the story of Code Veronica would be continuing Claire Redfield's story from RE2, this game from day one was always intended to be a side game released exclusively for the Dreamcast. At this time, the PS2's release date would be pushed back along with RE3's development. Capcom didn't want PlayStation players to feel like they had to wait or buy a new console just to get them next mainline entry to the series. Since Kamiya's RE3 idea wasn't working out on PS1, the Raccoon City spin-off game RE 1.9 was then promoted to mainline status and lives on as RE3 Nemesis. I thought I should make this point clear because I see a lot of people online bringing up CV being the true or original RE3. It was always meant to be a Dreamcast game alongside RE3's PS1 release. With that being said, the story of CV is a continuation of Claire Redfield's story from Resident Evil 2, and when RE2 released on Dreamcast in Japan, the game included a playable demo of Code Veronica to get Dreamcast owners caught up on Claire's story. 1 year after CV's release, an updated version of the game would come out on PS2. Resident Evil Code Veronica X. Capcom's reasoning for bringing CV to the PS2 is because they felt that the game would have a much bigger reception on PS2 because the Dreamcast player base was much smaller in comparison to Sony's new console. A very understandable change from a business perspective. The X version of Code Veronica includes additional story events and extended cutscenes. I'll be talking about this version in today's video because I played this one first and I no longer own a Dreamcast, so I couldn't play the original CV for this video anyway. I have a pretty deep history with Code Veronica, so I'm excited to talk about it. It's a very strange and interesting Resident Evil game. So without further ado, let's go on the wild ride that is Resident Evil Code Veronica. Code Veronica's gameplay is pretty much the same as the first 3 games that came before it, using fixed camera angles, tank controls, and the light lock-on aiming system that we're all super familiar with. There are some new things that CV adds to the RE gameplay formula, but it doesn't do a whole lot new gameplay-wise. So why don't we save the gameplay for a little bit later and talk about CV's most obvious change from previous titles, its presentation. Taking full advantage of the Dreamcast's hardware, Code Veronica's game world is now 100% 3D rendered. That's right, no pre-rendered backgrounds in this game. With a fully 3D world, Code Veronica features a bunch of environments that have moving camera angles. As you play, the camera will pan and sometimes swoop in and out of locations, showing you other parts of the environment instead of having hard cuts between camera angles. This is an excellent way of using the console's hardware and gives this game a much more cinematic feel. Camera transitions are also instant, thanks to this game having a 3D world. In the original games, the PS1 had to quickly find and load each pre-rendered background as you ran through camera changes. This would sometimes cause a delay in game flow and was very noticeable once you saw the camera freeze for the first time trying to change the background. It's like impossible to unsee. Having camera changes be instant makes CV's gameplay flow so much faster than its predecessors. The step to full 3D isn't the only new graphical addition that Code Veronica brings to the table. This game also features a new lighting engine that looked really great for its time. In certain areas of the game, lighting will be extremely limited. You'll have to restore the power to these areas or use your lighter to illuminate your surroundings. In dark rooms, you'll even find hidden valuable items that are extremely hard to spot without a light source. Not only is the dynamic lighting great from a graphical standpoint, but it's also really immersive and sets the dark tone of the game very well. I feel the dark areas are used perfectly in this title. It's not like you're walking around the entire game in complete darkness. There are only a few areas like this at the beginning and later parts of the game, so it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's cool. Even though I think this game's 3D graphics are still impressive, it's safe to say that the quality of the environments isn't too consistent. Some rooms are densely detailed with a lot of objects, but then there are also rooms that look really clean, gray, and unfortunately, lifeless. It's understandable because of the time this game was released and it being the first fully 3D rendered RE game on brand new hardware. With that said, I have to give the game credit because there are some great looking and memorable locales in this game, and I'll be talking more about them in the story portion of this video. Other than the environments, I think the character animation sadly hasn't aged too well. As I said, this was the first RE game that released on new hardware and used graphical tech that was very of its time. Animations can end up looking very jerky and robotic, especially the very non-animating turn animation. The leg movement is so subtle that it just looks like Claire is turntabling like some kind of creepy animatronic. I remember thinking it looked bad even back when the game first released. The cutscenes fare better because for CV, the devs used an early version of motion capture, so most of the cutscenes have fluid and realistic movement. Well, you know, as realistic as they can get for the time. I think the character models in this game look pretty good in cutscenes. Like many other games of this time period, Code Veronica's characters have two models. One when you're out in the field and another for cutscenes. The faces on the cutscene models look great, but once the scene is over, your character will instantly switch back to a lower poly model with a very PS1 looking face. This isn't really a complaint from me. I actually really like this about older games. This used to happen a lot in PS2 and Dreamcast games. It's super interesting, and it sort of marks the time period this game was made in. Overall, I think CV's graphics are okay, but haven't aged too well. They were cutting edge for the time and the perfect evolution to RE1 through 3's graphics. I should also say that even though I think they haven't aged well, that doesn't mean I think they're bad. This look is extremely charming. I love early Dreamcast and PS2 games for their of-the-time next-gen look. I still prefer pre-rendered backgrounds because they tend to look good for a very long time, and you can get a lot out of them for very little system power costs. Maybe later in the series, Capcom may return to pre-rendered backgrounds. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay, let's talk about the few new things CV does with its gameplay. So I've already mentioned the new equipable lighter, but obviously there are some other new things that you can equip, like Code Veronica's new dual-wielding weapon options. So I'm kinda torn on this addition. It's cool having the ability to dual-fire Uzis and pistols, but I always thought it was kind of immersion-breaking when using these weapons. Don't get me wrong, it feels great having the ability to lock onto two different enemies and firing away. But there's something so cartoony and anime about it. There's a particular character that recklessly uses two guns at once, and it just feels very silly to me. Like, he strikes anime poses, which feels very not Resident Evil in my mind. Another new gameplay addition is the ability to retry from death. So when you die in this game, instead of getting kicked back to the main menu, you can choose to restart from your last save point right away, cutting down on the hassle of reloading your game. This is great because it definitely could get annoying in the previous games when you'd encounter a difficult situation where you'd die over and over, forcing you to spend a lot of time restarting and looking at the same save and load screens. The retry system fixes this inconvenience. There are also certain parts of the game that will give you a checkpoint instead of sending you back to your last save. This extends to some of the late game boss encounters. If you die during these fights, the game will place you at the start of the battle instead of your last save. We'll talk about these scenarios later because, believe it or not, I may have a slight problem with some of these checkpoints. I promise, you will understand what I mean. Other than those two big additions, there isn't much else that CV does that separate it from RE's 1 through 3 gameplay-wise. There are, of course, some smaller things like the ability to use green herbs on pickup when your inventory is full, and having all of the weapons from RE2 being accessible in this title. The shotgun, grenade launcher, bowgun, and magnum make their return for this game, along with upgrades for specific guns and a variety of new firearms, like an assault rifle and the dual-wielded weapons that I mentioned from before. You get a lot of weapon variety in CV, and it's cool because all of these guns are usable by all of the playable characters. Nothing is exclusively locked to a certain campaign, like the first 3 games did with its characters. The difficulty in Code Veronica is interesting. So normal combat situations throughout most of CV aren't too difficult if you're used to playing survival horror games. The enemies you'll be encountering are tough, and they respawn when you come back to a room that you've cleared out. Zombies travel in large groups, but also move around predictably, and their pathfinding AI can be manipulated quite easily, allowing you to slip right past them. Claire's HP has also been rebalanced in this game. Like, she can take way more damage than she was able to in RE2. And it makes sense because you'll be dealing with a lot of zombies in this game. In some cases, it's best to muscle your way through a crowd of zombies, taking a bite or two, but also pushing your aggressors back can prove very useful in saving your ammo for later. Which, by the way, saving your resources is very important in this game. Like, more than it was in the earlier entries, because most of CV's challenge comes with its boss encounters. I'm not lying when I say that these bosses can be game-ending if you don't play carefully enough in the game's opening hours. We'll talk about it when we get there, but yeah, these bosses are the dictionary definition of progression roadblock. I find it weird that CV and RE3 were both in development at the same time, but CV doesn't use some of the features that were introduced in RE3, like that game's reloading tool and ammo crafting system. I liked the ammo crafting in 3, so it's pretty disappointing that CV doesn't have this feature. It was really fun saving up gunpowder and combining it all to make enhanced and brand new types of ammo. In a lot of cases, crafting would end up making your game a bit easier, which felt rewarding when you take advantage of it in the early game, resulting in smoother boss fights towards the end of the game. It sort of removes a layer of strategy in CV. It would have been cool to see, especially since the game has the most enemy encounters out of the first 4 Resident Evil games. Admittedly, it's a pretty minor letdown for me, but it still would have been great to see included in CV. The 180 quick turn from RE3 is thankfully in this game, but having the ability to freely move up and down stairs oddly isn't in this game. Much like RE1 and 2, you have to press a button to auto walk up and down stairs again. This is a gameplay downgrade for sure. It felt like we'd be getting more free movement after RE3, but I guess not. It's weird because in Code Veronica, enemies can still move up and down stairs as they did in RE3, but they also enter a rigid stair climbing animation like you do. I don't know what to say other than it's strange that the devs did this instead of doing what their fellow RE3 devs were doing. This might have something to do with the Dreamcast's hardware, but I'm not sure. RE3's emergency evade also doesn't show up in CV, and I'm glad it doesn't because it didn't work that well and was super inconsistent, so thankfully that's not a loss on this game's part. CV has fine gameplay, but it's not as groundbreaking as RE2 or 3 was. I'll go into specifics shortly, but I'll say for now, if you're already a fan of these types of games, you can easily apply a lot of what you know about survival horror to your planning, dodging monsters, and doing all of that good Resident Evil stuff. Okay, let's get to the part that I'm most excited to talk about. Let's take an extended look at Code Veronica's wild story. Code Veronica's story begins where RE2's ended. After Leon, Claire, and Sherry escape from Raccoon City, Claire continues her search for her brother Chris. After searching for 3 months, Claire's investigation leads her to an Umbrella facility in Paris. While sneaking around, Claire is found by the facility's security team and chased down. I love this scene when I was younger, but now that I'm old, I just think it's really silly. After outrunning a frickin' helicopter firing a minigun, Claire finds herself surrounded by a lot of guards. Outnumbered and outgunned, Claire does the only thing she can do to get out of this situation. Yeah, why didn't they shoot as she was falling? See, this is what I mean. As a kid, this is the coolest thing ever. But now I have to, like, think about these things. Ugh. After taking out every guard in front of her, Claire is blindsided by a man pointing his gun at her. The man captures Claire and brings her to a prison on the isolated Rockfort Island. After being knocked out and waking up hours later in a cell, Claire is confronted by a shadowy figure on the other side of the bars. Equipping your lighter reveals the man from before. He's hurt, but he unlocks Claire's cell. Stepping out of the cell, the man tells Claire that she's free to leave, but that the island has been taken over. The man's name is Rodrigo, and all of his comrades have been killed. After a quick conversation, we grab some ammo and a knife and head out. The prison cells lead us to an old graveyard where we can see a cargo truck has crashed through a wall. As we walk through the graveyard, the cargo truck explodes, attracting nearby zombies and also waking some from their graves. Creepy. Escaping the graveyard, we find ourselves in a large courtyard where we get attacked from above by gunfire.
Wait, don't shoot!
Who are you?
Huh? You're not a zombie. Well, great. Wait right there. I'm coming over. Sorry about that little misunderstanding. but I thought you were another one of those
Shut up! Make one wrong move and I'll shoot.
Relax, beautiful. I said I was sorry. My name's Steve. I'll see ya.
Hey, wait up!
I don't want you following me, lady. You'll only slow me down.
So I'm just gonna say it now. Every time I play this game, I forget that Steve sounds like a parody of a video game character. I have a hard time taking him seriously. Anyway, this mysterious Steve is acting kinda suspicious, so we choose to follow after him. This is where the first part of the game opens up, and it's awesome. We have to find the means of opening the courtyard's gate to escape the prison. To open the gate, we need to find an eagle crest. Exploring the prison area, we run into a bunch of zombies in cramped hallways, swiftly maneuvering past them and taking out the ones that are hard to get by. We also find our first dual-wielded pistol weapon. I like to save these powerful guns for later. As we go deeper into the prison, we find a security office which houses a metal detection system. I like this area because you can't pass through the hallway without depositing all of your metallic items into the security box. Once you discard all of your items, the main hallway is filled with windows that have zombies knocking on them from outside. Yeah, you know where this is going. Once you get to the other side of the hall and into the security office proper, we run into Steve again. He's looking through someone's file on a computer. Chris Redfield. Steve tells Claire that her brother is being monitored and pursued by Umbrella. Claire then uses the computer to contact Leon and tell him her current location and to send this info to Chris. Steve has a hissy fit about all of this and storms out of the room.
No way. He won't come. You'll just end up disappointed if you rely on others. Believe me, I know.
What was that all about?
I feel ya, Claire. After Steve leaves us behind, we find the Eagle Crest. We need to progress. There's only one problem. We can't bring it through the metal detector. After searching the office, we find a 3D scanning device that can reprint objects using a special alloy that was supposed to be shipped in a cargo truck. Heading back to the graveyard and gathering this special material from the truck, we return to the office and make a duplicate crest. As we try to leave the office, the zombies break through the hallway windows, and we have to quickly get past them and retrieve our equipment. This is such a great moment. I love it. Getting back to the prison gate, we use the crest and find ourselves on a massive bridge. Crossing the bridge and heading up a flight of stairs leads us to a crossroad. One path goes to the island's training facility, and the other brings us to a very aristocratic-looking palace. We choose the palace trail first. Exploring the palace rooms, we find a bunch of locked doors that need specific key items. One door in particular has an indentation of 2 guns. We happen to find these guns in one of the palace rooms, along with a very creepy video of 2 children ripping the wings off of a dragonfly. Could these kids be the children of the person who owns this palace? Once we take the guns, the room begins to heat up, causing damage. We leave them alone for now, but find an interesting steering wheel. Wonder what this could be used for. Exiting the palace, we hear Steve screaming behind us. Returning to the room with the golden guns, we see Steve suffering inside the heat room. After solving a quick puzzle and freeing Steve, he acts like a total jerk and runs off with the golden Lugers. Little bastard. Once we return to the palace's lobby, we encounter a new threat.
Redfield! How dare you interfere with my operation?
What are you talking about?
You let yourself be captured so you could lead your people to this base!
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
You don't fool me! I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Oh? You must be one of Umbrella's lower-level officers if you're in command of a backwater base like this one.
How dare you! The Ashford family is among the world's first and finest. My grandfather is one of the original founders of Umbrella, Inc. Tell me, who do you work for? Who sent you? Have it your way, then. You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be sure to keep you entertained before I dispose of you.
Yeah, so Alfred Ashford is another character who is super weird and feels like a parody of a crazy villain. After this bizarre interaction, we take a different path outside that leads us to a platform where we use the steering wheel that we found earlier. Using the wheel reveals a secret submarine that takes us to a hidden airport. Here we find a silver keycard and a plane that we can potentially use to escape the island, but the control panel is locked using 3 other crests. Since there isn't much to do here, we leave the airport and backtrack to that original branching path we found earlier and enter the military training facility. As soon as we step through the doors of the facility, the ground begins to tremble, and we're attacked by a giant worm, very similar to RE3. Since we're very ill-equipped to take this thing on now, we run past it and enter the facility. While exploring this building, we find some new puzzles, the bowgun, and get attacked by Alfred again from up above us. Following after him, we find ourselves trapped in a hallway. We hear Alfred's voice from over an intercom. He tells Claire that the area she's in is a special playground prepared just for her. Stepping through one of the doors leads to a room where we find a pair of submachine guns. Unfortunately, they're empty. After picking up the guns, the door we just walked through locks behind us, and we're introduced to this new unique monster, the horrifying Bandersnatch. This creature is really cool. It has a big stretchy arm that it uses to attack and maneuver around the battlefield. This particular Bandersnatch is a mini-boss, but you'll also be fighting weaker versions of it throughout the entire game. It's really cool when you try to escape this thing by running down the stairs, and then it just follows you down by grappling the ceiling. Pretty scary. After defeating the monster, a nearby door unlocks, and as we walk through it, another Bandersnatch drops down in front of Claire, grabbing her by the head, suffocating her. Just as this happens, Steve busts through a nearby window, shooting the Bandersnatch while in mid-air, aka the most anime thing Resident Evil has done up to this point.
Oh yeah, that felt good. Don't worry, Claire. Your knight in shining armor is here.
Even when he does a cool thing, he just has to ruin it by saying something dumb. After Steve takes out the monster, we trade him our submachine guns for his golden Lugers, and then we get to play as him clearing some rooms filled with zombies. Once we clear a path, Claire catches up to Steve, and together the two continue into the facility. Reaching the facility's garage, our two characters fall through a catwalk. After the fall, Claire finds herself trapped under some debris. Once Steve collects himself, he turns around to find a zombie slowly approaching him.
No.
What's wrong, Steve? Shoot him!
Wait! I can't! No!
No! Ah!
Father!
I realize this is supposed to be a very emotionally hard-hitting moment, but guys, I just can't take Steve seriously with this voice acting. Steve tells Claire all about why he's here on the island. His father worked for Umbrella and was leaking information about what they were doing. Steve's father was caught and his family were sent to this island as punishment for crossing Umbrella. Steve's backstory is tragic. It's just a shame that his vocal performance kinda sucks any seriousness out of what happened to him. Claire leaves Steve behind to mourn over his father. As we leave the garage, we finish up a lot of busy work and puzzles, and we stumble across some medicine that we give to Rodrigo back in the prison. Rodrigo gives Claire a lockpick in exchange for her lighter, giving us the ability to unlock a bunch of optional locks that contain very valuable items. Now that we have the golden Lugers, we head back to the palace to unlock that door. But before we can do that...
Greetings! You must be the lovely Claire Redfield.
Who are you?
Let's just say that I'm a ghost, coming back to haunt your dear brother.
Wesker?
It seems there's not much explaining to do, is there? I was the one who attacked this island. Who'd have thought you'd be hanging about? All the better for me. Now that the cat dragged in this nice surprise, your ever so caring brother will definitely show up. I must thank you for being such good bait.
I don't know what went on between you two, but you have him all wrong. My brother is not the kind of person you think he is.
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
See you die. What? is it? Stay there. I'm coming. It appears you may be of some further use to me. I'm going to let you live a little longer.
Oh my god. Wesker is alive and looking really good for someone who got impaled by a giant monster. I have to say, guys, when I saw this scene as a little kid, I got so hyped seeing Wesker return with these crazy superhuman abilities. He doesn't sound like a weenie anymore. He sounds so badass. I guess we know who stormed the island now and killed all of Rodrigo's crew. After our run-in with Wesker, we open the golden Luger door in the palace, and after solving a quick puzzle, we enter a back door and walk across a bridge that connects to a creepy mansion off in the distance. I love this part, it's so cool looking. The old-timey bridge and shadowy gothic manor on top of the hill give me RE1 and like Castlevania vibes. It's such a cool and awesome visual. At the start of the video, I mentioned how CV has some pretty memorable areas, and the private residence is definitely one of them. I love this place, it feels like you've gone back in time, and the giant creepy doll hanging from the ceiling is pretty cool looking. Once we reach the second floor of the manor, we overhear two people talking to one another.
Oh, why is this taking so long?
My apologies, Alexia, but I have been doing my best.
The revival of the Ashford family depends on your success, brother.
I am aware of that, Alexia. I will revive the family name myself and make you the master of the glorious Ashford family.
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself.
Who is there? Is someone at the corridor?
What is it, Alexia?
Nothing. I believe I must have been imagining things.
Alfred and Alexia, huh? After the two Ashford siblings leave, we take a look around the room they were just in. After searching around for a bit, we find a key to a locked door back in the palace. Once we leave the residence, we return to all of the previously visited areas on the island and solve a bunch of puzzles that net us key items, and one of the crests to the escape plane. Eventually, we head back to the private residence to look for the final crest. Exploring Alexia and Alfred's room again, we're confronted by Alexia herself. She's pointing her gun at Claire, and after exchanging a few words, she begins firing. As Claire drops to the ground, Steve shows up and fires back at Alexia, forcing her to flee. The two chase after her.
This must be...
What? No!
Wait a second. What just happened?
It turns out, Alfred has been playing the role of his sister the whole time. Creepy. After Alfred books it, the self-destruct system activates. It's time to get to the escape plane and leave this horrifying place behind. Steve and Claire make it to the plane, but the airport's bridge is blocking the plane's path. Grabbing the control lever, Claire makes her way to the bridge's control panel and successfully moves the bridge out of the plane's way. Now that the bridge is up, we take a different path to get back to the plane. So we use an elevator to get back to the facility's courtyard. As Claire rides the elevator up, we see Alfred unleash a new tyrant from a containment pod. Uh-oh. As Claire tries to get back to the airport, we're intercepted by the tyrant. Guys, this boss isn't very good. This is his first phase, and all he does is just walk straight at you. You can't run past him. You have to down him with firearm damage, and he takes a lot of it. If you don't down him fast enough, he'll push you into a wall of fire that instantly kills you. This is where I finally use my dual-wielded pistols from the start of the game. They do a pretty good job at downing him quickly. Once we get past the tyrant and make it back to the plane, Steve and Claire finally take off. While airborne, the plane shakes and the cargo hatch opens by itself. Let's go check it out. So this is the Tyrant's second boss fight. Everyone who I've ever spoken to about Code Veronica always brings up this boss fight for either being unfair or ending the game overall for a lot of people. I like to call this part Roadblock number 1. So many people get to this boss and realize they don't have enough ammo to take him down. A lot of people also play this game only using one save slot, and if you're unprepared and this happens, you won't be able to start from an earlier checkpoint, resulting in having to restart the game completely. I've met people who have quit playing the game for good because of this boss. like they just couldn't figure it out, or they didn't want to restart the game. On my very first playthrough, back when the game came out, I ran out of ammo during this fight and had to rely on my knife to get me through. It took me so many tries, but eventually on one of my attempts, I did enough damage to finally defeat him. This is something that can totally happen in other RE games that came before CV. The problem with the knife-only scenario in this game is that a lot of people forget to even pick up the knife from the table at the start of the game, leaving you completely defenseless if you run out of ammo, ruining your save file permanently. This is why it's really important to start the player off with the knife in their inventory instead of it being a pickup, because then you're literally forced to put the knife away in your item box so you can retrieve it later if you need to. The first 3 games always started you off with the knife, so this was never a problem in those games. If you're going into CV for the first time, I highly recommend making a safety save before you're confronted by Alexia. That'll give you a lot of time to prepare for this battle. Saving the dual-wielded guns for the Tyrant fights helps a lot too. In all honesty, this boss isn't too difficult if you go in prepared. Keeping your distance, but also keeping an eye on Tyrant's movement speed is very important. Once you do enough damage and Tyrant begins to slow down, you use the cargo track to hit Tyrant out of the plane, sending his punk ass sky high. After the battle, Claire returns to the front of the plane, and Steve tells her that the controls have switched to autopilot. It turns out Alfred is following behind and tracking our plane. He also switches our course to somewhere in Antarctica. No, Steve, don't do that. That's illegal. Why is this music so weird? I never trusted Steve. He's up to something. Anyway, as the plane begins its descent, we see a base through the snowy air. The plane's autopilot is still active, so it ends up crashing into the base instead of landing. In this new military base, we do a lot of the same things we did on Rockfort Island, like finding and solving puzzles, acquiring new firepower like an assault rifle, and encounter a few poison-based enemies. This is one of the areas in this game that uses light and darkness in a very cool way. You'll have to restore the power to the base to bring the lights back on. It's cool because once the lights are on, you'll be backtracking to certain rooms that have a ton of items that you couldn't see before because the rooms were dark. It's a pleasant surprise waiting in the darkness for you. After solving a bunch of puzzles and running into Alfred again, we find a sniper rifle and a way to escape the base. As we try to leave, we discover a horrifying monster in our path, Nosferatu. This creature was the father of Alfred and Alexia. This boss fight is great. Nosferatu has a bunch of different ranged and melee attacks that force you to think on your feet and consider your positioning on the platform you're fighting on. He has one poison attack that is almost impossible to avoid, but it's not annoying. It actually leads to an alternate side quest later in the game. Overall, he's pretty tough but very defeatable. It'll probably take you a couple tries to get him. Also, dying here and retrying sets you right back at the beginning of the battle, so this is an example of the checkpoint system working in a very good way. After the battle, Steve and Claire get into a snowplow truck and try to escape. At the same time, we see Alfred crawling around in front of a giant capsule. The capsule's liquid drains, revealing the real Alexia. As this is happening, Claire and Steve's escape is interrupted by a giant tentacle flipping their snowplow over. Things don't look too good for our main characters. Meanwhile, back on Rockfort Island, we see the greatest American hero, Chris Redfield, scaling a mountain in search of his lost sister. Switching to Chris, we explore an underground network of tunnels. We run into Rodrigo. He's surprisingly still alive. Chris asks the wounded soldier if he's seen Claire. Just as Rodrigo is about to answer, the giant worm that we left alive at the beginning of the game shows up and swallows Rodrigo whole. Chris runs after the giant monster, and we fight it in a pretty easy boss battle. The worm spits out Rodrigo, and with his dying words, he gives Chris the lighter that Claire gave to him. A super interesting thing about Code Veronica is, when you switch to Chris and go into an item box, whatever weapons and items you left behind as Claire are all usable by Chris at this point in the game. It's reminiscent of the zapping system from RE2. It's cool having the ability to share items like this between the characters, but it can also mess you up later on when you need a particular weapon for a boss battle, but the other character has it in their inventory. You'll see what I mean. As Chris, we have to play through a destroyed version of Rockfort Island. Honestly guys, I've played Code Veronica like 5 times throughout my life, and every time I play it, I forget about this part, and I think for good reason. The destroyed training facility is pretty dull. It's the weakest part of the game without a doubt. I always get lost down here. It also doesn't help that all of the rooms are very gray looking, and you have to travel between each floor using this elevator. This terrible, terrible elevator. All of this makes it super hard to create a mental map of this place. While I appreciate the devs making the structure of this area different from your first visit, not much happens here story-wise, and you basically just do everything you did the first time again, but in a different order and with new monsters. By the way, the hunters are back. Keep your shotgun close at hand. After doing a lot of busy work, Chris is jumped by Wesker. Wesker tells Chris about his plans and shows off his new abilities. After getting pummeled by your former boss, you find a jet airplane and take off to the Antarctic base. See, the only important thing that happens here is meeting Wesker. The whole area could have been cut from the game. There's even a boss fight that you can entirely skip, by the way. So yeah, if it wasn't clear enough, I don't like this area. In the second part of the Antarctic base, we get to explore areas that weren't accessible to Claire. As we get deeper into the base, we discover something super weird. This place looks familiar. Now, this room, Inside the main hall of the mansion, we find Claire stuck to a wall, but we cut her down using our knife. Since Claire was poisoned in the Nosferatu fight, we have to find her a serum, just like when Chris got poisoned back in the Spencer mansion and Rebecca had to get him a serum. It's all coming full circle. Once we heal Claire, Alexia shows up taunting our 2 heroes. The 2 decide to chase after Alexia but are separated by a massive tentacle bursting through the wall. Chris falls back into the lobby and we hear Steve screaming off in the distance. Chris stays in the main hall while Claire goes after Steve. Here we switch back to Claire, and I have to say, this part really sucks. After gearing up at the item box, we find ourselves in a prison cell block. There's a really bizarre puzzle where we have to crank this cannon down, and then a crystal ball falls out of its barrel with a key card inside of it. If that wasn't weird enough, as soon as this happens, a giant stone crushing device falls down right next to Claire. You have to quickly run underneath this death trap, grab the crystal ball, then slowly walk under the thing that's about to crush you, put the ball down, and then retrieve the key card right after. This is a lot harder than it sounds, and you'll probably die here a bunch of times too. This has to be some sick joke on the devs' part. Like, what the hell? When you die here, you thankfully get a checkpoint, but the bad part about this is that you have to gear up again at the item box every time you die. So if you're having trouble with this part, you'll be wasting so much time gearing up and doing the first part of the puzzle, then dying and then doing it all again. It's super annoying. I like to call this part roadblock number 2. By the way guys, it gets even worse because right after you successfully get the key card, you use it to get into this ominous looking hallway. It's almost like repeat deaths are right around the corner. At the end of the hall, we see Steve bound to a wall by a giant battle axe. Claire struggles to free Steve when suddenly he begins to mutate into a giant monster. This is roadblock number 3. Once Steve gets up and gameplay starts, this giant bastard will automatically hit you, no matter what you're doing. Claire will die in 2 hits at full HP. The worst part about this is when you die, you're sent back to the item box room before the crystal ball puzzle. So bad. I'm sorry guys, but this whole area is poorly designed. I don't understand why this room couldn't have a typewriter in it. Like, let me gear up, get the key card, and then come back here and save my game. This wouldn't fix the Steve run, but it would at least make this whole nightmare puzzle and running section a lot more bearable. Even after knowing and preparing for this moment, I still died once, and that's one too many times for someone who's played this game over and over again throughout the years. A friend of mine discovered a way to glitch out Monster Steve's pathfinding by running into him before his first attack lands. Pulling off this insanely risky strategy will get you through this part unscathed, but I wouldn't recommend it. Instead, as soon as you get hit, heal immediately. You'll probably take another hit, but by the time this happens, you'll also be making it to the exit before the gate closes. After running from Steve, a giant tentacle wraps around Claire, but Monster Steve comes to his senses and cuts Claire free from the tentacle.
Oh, Steve.
You're warm.
Steve, you've
got to hang in there, okay? My brother's come to save us. We're getting out of here.
Your brother kept his promise. I'm sorry, I cannot.
What? What are you saying?
I'm glad that I met you. I love you, Claire.
Steve is dead, and I feel nothing. I love you, Claire, but you have the worst taste in men. Meanwhile, back in the mansion's main hall, we see Wesker and Alexia facing off. Alexia instantly transforms before our eyes and begins to throw down with Wesker. Alexia sprays flammable blood everywhere that shoots up into a wall of flames, which Wesker dodges as he pulls off some sick wall running that leads into the most badass flaming face punch I've ever seen. So good. As cool as this move is, Alexia isn't fazed by it. Wesker leaves Chris behind, and we have to deal with Alexia. Now this boss fight is awesome. Alexia uses her virus-filled blood to erect walls of flame around the player. Yeah, it's really weird, almost like magic. You have to carefully think about your positioning and not getting boxed into a corner during this fight. If Alexia gets too close, she'll one-hit kill you, but the retry checkpoint here is right at the beginning of the battle, so it's not a significant loss of progress if you die. Alexia also isn't that tough, so if you use the appropriate weaponry, she'll go down pretty quick. I like this boss fight a lot. It's one of the few very well-designed fights in the entire game. After putting down Alexia, we solve a few more puzzles and find Claire trapped behind a heavy door. We can't get it open, but Claire tells Chris that all of the base's doors will unlock once the self-destruct sequence activates. Getting past the cell block and entering the base's reactor core, we start the self-destruct system. Once active, Claire meets up with Chris, but the two are held back by another giant tentacle emerging from below. The tentacle spits out Alexia's body, and after unlocking the panel to a high-powered energy weapon, Chris stays behind while Claire runs off to secure an escape route. After assisting Claire with an expertly placed shot, Alexia begins to mutate into a horrible mass of tentacles and flesh. So this is the final boss, and unfortunately, once again, it's not very good. The first phase of Alexia's battle is super annoying. The monster itself is so big that it takes up most of the platform you're standing on. She has long-ranged and sweeping tentacle attacks, can send out these little bug monsters that follow your every move and constantly hit you with their own tiny tentacles. And finally, if all of that wasn't bad enough, she has projectile attacks that can poison you. By the way, all of this is thrown at you at the same time. It feels like this fight wasn't even playtested before release. You can barely move because of how big this creature is, and even if you do move around, the little bugs follow you while attacking, making it difficult to even aim your gun. I'm sorry guys, but this boss is the definition of bad game design. Every other Resident Evil final boss from games 1 through 3 are well designed and just really cool to fight against. Like, there was a high level of triumph in overcoming those impossible nightmare monsters. In CV, the final boss stun locks Chris so it looks like he's fidgeting around the platform, kind of sucking the emotion and impact of this moment out of the battle and making the player feel like a dummy for not knowing exactly where to stand or what weapon to use. Thankfully, if you die in this battle, the game puts you back in the reactor core, so you don't have to travel too far to get back into it. The best way to kill this thing is to use flame weapons, or if you have the double submachine guns. Both of these options take care of Alexia's first form pretty quickly. But before you even take her on, make sure when you're playing as Claire, you leave the weapons I just mentioned in the item box for Chris, or else you'll have a harder time with Alexia. If you're stuck in this fight without those weapons, you can also exploit Alexia's animations by standing in this very specific spot right in front of her. Most of her attacks can't hit you here. I wish this fight wasn't like this. I feel like if the devs broke this battle up into 3 parts while buffing Alexia's HP, it'd be much better. For example, in part 1, she'd only use the tentacles. After getting her HP to a certain point, then the poison spit comes into play. Then in the final part, the little bugs come out, forcing you to deal with all of these threats in a more meaningful way that has a proper build-up, you know, instead of just fighting them all at the same time. Anyway, after you do enough damage, Alexia mutates even further and begins flying around. At the same time, the energy weapon finishes charging. We grab it and put a stop to Alexia once and for all. After this crazy-ass fight, we head back down to the cell block where we see Wesker restraining Claire. Wesker runs and Chris follows after them. After exchanging a few words, Wesker lets Claire go, and she goes to get the jet Chris flew in on ready for liftoff. What follows is the most fantastic beatdown I've ever seen. Wesker absolutely wrecks Chris in this fight.
Just look at the power I've gained. Magnificent, don't you think?
As Wesker delivers the finishing strike, Chris quickly moves out of the way and hits a lever that releases steel beams that land on top of Wesker. Obviously, this doesn't work, and Wesker emerges unharmed. Since the building is exploding, the wall next to Wesker blows up, and he's hit with flames that leave a sick burn on his beautiful face. Chris takes this opportunity to run, and finally, Chris and Claire make it out alive and fly off into the sunset. Ah, what an emotional day. It's finally over. I have mad nostalgia for this game, but after my recent playthroughs, I have to be honest. A lot of Code Veronica's design hasn't aged too well. I love everything about the beginning of this game. Claire's escape from the prison and journey through the gothic environments of the Ashford Manor fits into the Resident Evil world so perfectly and is an excellent addition to the game's lore. Unfortunately, a lot of what happens after the initial Claire stuff falls a bit flat in the pacing department. I didn't bring up every small thing about this game's level design, but there are definitely some pretty strange design decisions that don't make a lot of sense, like the poisonous moth hallway and the drones that scan around and summon hunters if they spot you. These are things that I've heard almost everyone complain about through the years. All of the backtracking in Chris's scenario feels like heavy padding. I cut out a lot of stuff for my story retelling because if I talked about every puzzle in this game, this video would be much longer than it is. A lot of the bosses feel rushed as well, especially the final one, and that sucks because like I said earlier, all of the previous RE final bosses are just great. Another thing that CV is lacking is replayability. There isn't much to experience outside of a single playthrough of Code Veronica. This game doesn't feature alternate endings or something like the live selection branching path system from RE3. Once you finish the game, you've pretty much seen everything there is. You will, of course, be unlocking an extra battle game mode, which interestingly enough can be played in first-person view thanks to the fully 3D game world Code Veronica uses. It's like Mikami's original vision for RE1. The battle game is pretty fun. You get to choose 3 characters from the start, and you'll be unlocking some bonuses like costumes, super weapons, and another character. So this is a nice addition that gives you some replay value, but I would have loved to see some more unlockables added to the main game. It's just a little underwhelming. One thing I won't be complaining about is this game's story. I know a lot of people criticize the characters and overall scenario for being too anime. In some cases, I would agree with that statement, but I still love the story in this game, especially all of the Wesker stuff in the X version. Sure, the game gets silly and at some points quite stupid, but it's all great fun. I think this game retains that cool 90s anime vibe with its voice acting, much like RE2 and 3 did. Most of the voice actors do a fine job. Allison Court reprises her role as Claire Redfield, and it's always great to hear her in these games. She is the true Claire Redfield in my opinion, and is one of the standout performances in this game. Steve's voice acting is awful, and I think he sucks a lot of the believability out of the situations he's put in, especially when Claire's acting comes off as so much more serious and relatable. Steve feels like a character from another series placed into a Resident Evil game. Alfred Ashford is pretty much in the same boat as Steve, but I love how he's a total caricature of an evil villain. It makes up for his performance being so insane. And of course, it's still really funny to hear him do his creepy villain laugh too. By the way, I never noticed this before, but the Ashfords totally feel like a reference to Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. Seriously, some of the imagery and the overall idea behind these characters feels very inspired by that film. The part where Claire is overhearing Alfred and Alexia talking to each other is straight up the scene where Marion is listening to Norman Bates talk to his mother. I love it. It's also really great finally getting to see Chris and Claire meet up for the first time, rescuing each other from this crazy situation they've been put in. Claire actually accomplished her mission from RE2. If it wasn't apparent by now, I have very mixed feelings on Code Veronica. I love a lot of what this game does, but I also dislike a great deal of what it does too. The regular enemy encounters provide a nice healthy challenge to RE fans and survival horror vets, but almost every major boss fight in the game is either underwhelming or just flat out unbalanced. I may have painted a somewhat negative picture of Code Veronica throughout this video, but I have to say, I still like it. I know this game is a lot of people's favorite RE game, and the last thing I'd ever want to do would be to take that away from someone. Let me make this very clear. CV is not the worst game ever made. It's not even the worst RE game ever made. It has a lot of great ideas, and I think it executes on some of them really well, but it also has a bunch of negative filler and poorly designed sections that bring it down quite a bit in the gameplay department when compared to those first 3 games. When I'm not boss fighting or doing any bizarre puzzles, I feel right at home with this game, and I guess that's why I keep coming back to it every few years. I still recommend playing Code Veronica if you haven't already. I think it's worth picking up if you're a fan of Resident Evil and survival horror. Luckily, you can get this title on pretty much every console too. The original PS2's X version is available for download on the PSN store, and you could also download the graphically upgraded version CVX HD on PS3, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. Ever since its release, Code Veronica's influence and popularity throughout the years has been strong. The game has been ported to a plethora of consoles, and the second Gun Survivor spin-off game is about CV, and it's super weird seeing straight-up first-person action gameplay in Code Veronica's world. In 2009, the Nintendo Wii got Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles, which includes a campaign that is a complete remake of Code Veronica, but in an on-rails shooter format. I really like that campaign, and Steve is actually good in that game. We'll talk about it one day soon. I would absolutely love to see a Code Veronica remake in the style of the 2019 RE2 reimagining, having a super serious and genuinely dark version of CV with photorealistic graphics that fixes the weird bosses and puzzles would definitely be a dream come true. Overall, Code Veronica is a game that feels like it didn't leave any of its development ideas on the cutting room floor. Whether that's a good or bad thing is up to you to decide. At the end of the day, I'm willing to look past CV's flaws and appreciate it for what it did to the Resident Evil series. Taking the first step into full 3D graphics and attempting to have a more in-depth story is commendable. Hiroki Kato and his team did a fine job at making CV, and most importantly, taking Resident Evil into the next generation. Hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed this very mixed feelings retrospective of Code Veronica. I don't want anyone to take my opinions out of context with this one. I like this game, but it has some flaws, and I think it's very fair to point them out when they get bad. I want to apologize for how long this video took to make. A lot of real life stuff came up while making it. Nothing bad at all, just some time-consuming busy work. Hopefully I can return to a more consistent upload schedule after this video. Anyway, I'd like to shout out some beautiful people who contributed to this video. First up, I want to thank Kia Pardo for helping with this video's thumbnail art. She's helped me in the past with the RE2 video thumbnail, and I think her art is great, and you should check her out. Another huge shout out to Alex Aniel, aka CVX Freak, who helped me with the dev history portion of this video. Alex is currently working on the first volume in his Resident Evil development history book series. That's right, Alex has interviewed all of the people responsible for making these classic games, like in person. I'm super excited to read the first volume, and you should be too. I'm very grateful for all of the insider info Alex was able to provide me with. So yeah, thank you, Alex. I really appreciate it. Another big shout out to my buddy Ruben Langdon, who sent over the mocap footage of him as Chris in CV. That was really exciting to see and helped out a lot with the visual on that part of the video. Thanks, Ruben. The synth-pop remixes of the CV music in this video were done by a fabulous gentleman that goes by Mono Memory. He does a lot of RE covers in a cool synth-pop style. I really like his covers and was very hyped when he made custom tracks specifically for my video. I really love them. Thank you, Mono. Also have to thank my buddy Jared for helping me get the Gun Survivor 2 footage at the end of this video. If you guys don't know Jared, he has a channel called Avalanche Reviews where he's done a full Resident Evil series retrospective, literally all of the games, and is currently in the process of making a Dino Crisis retrospective series. Part 1 of that is up right now, and I will link it down below. I highly recommend checking out his channel. His videos are great. By the way, all of these lovely people's links will be down in the description box, and I highly advise you to check them all out. If you liked this video, please consider subscribing and checking out my Patreon. You can support this channel for as little as $1 per month. I also offer a secondary show exclusive to Patreon called Inside the Sphere, where I talk about video game news and what I've been playing. I'd also like to give one final shout out to all of you guys supporting me there and keeping this channel up and running. You guys are the best, and I love you all. Anyway, I'll see you all in the next video. Later. It's been a few weeks since RE3 2020 released, to many mixed feelings. I myself loved the game, but upon first playthrough, admittedly, I also felt quite mixed about a lot of things this game did. The title felt more reimagined than it did remade, and while that isn't necessarily a bad thing, new stuff is always great, when something sports the name Resident Evil 3, it should probably resemble its original counterpart at least a little. While the game is still selling like hotcakes, a lot of RE fans were left sadly disappointed with this remake's take on classic events and environmental changes. Today we'll be talking about all of those things, everything I wasn't able to speak on in my initial review. We're covering gameplay, almost everything. So if you haven't played the game yet, go do that. By the way, feelings are about to get very mixed. This is the full review you've all been asking for. An important note to keep in mind before we start is that this video will primarily focus on gameplay and structure, not so much on the story. I think the narrative stuff in this game is almost perfect. Okay, let's get started. So, the first thing I want to talk about is a gameplay spoiler. Yes, I feel the Carlos sections are pretty spoilery because there are 2 this time, and the one that showed up in the original is completely redesigned. So Carlos plays differently from Jill, sporting his signature assault rifle that is extremely satisfying to use. Instead of dodging enemy attacks, Carlos can charge enemies. The basic charge is a shoulder check that you can use to bypass enemies. But if you hit this action perfectly, Carlos will legitimately riposte an enemy attack with a badass punch to the face. Getting the punch right leads to a slow-mo perfect shot like Jill's. This punch and charge is awesome, and if you know the timing, you will feel so cool doing this consistently. Like I said earlier, Carlos has 2 of his own levels in this game. One where he takes a walk through the RPD, replacing Jill's quest through the familiar precinct, and of course, his emergency visit to the hospital. Instead of jumping forward to these areas, let's take a quick step back and analyze the areas that came before these 2. One problem a lot of people have with this game is its overall linear structure. I briefly mentioned this potentially being divisive in my review. Now that the game's been out, it's basically been negatively received across the board, and I totally understand why. RE3R starts incredibly strong with an amazing scripted Nemesis chase scene through Jill's apartment building. This leads to a very on-rails sequence where we basically blast through the first part of the original game. Literally the entire uptown area of RE399 is covered here in about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how long you stay in Jill's apartment. I love this sequence. I think most people do. It perfectly sets up the frantic tone of the story, the characters, the main threat, and Jill herself. The problem is that all of this was an actual open-ended, explorable area in the original RE3. After you complete this scene, you can never go back to Uptown. Dario Rosso actually got more screen time in 99 than he does here. His interactions are super quick, and like I just said, you can't come back to this area to see his full story play out. It kinda sucks for story completionists like myself. When I got to the train station, I noticed on my second playthrough that you could actually go back up the stairs. As I climbed each step, I prayed that Dario would be there waiting for me. Sadly, nothing's here. Well, except for a bobblehead. STARS member Brad is also in this opening, and while his total screen time is pretty short, I absolutely loved everything centered around this character. From the files you could read in Jill's apartment to his brave exit at Bar Jack. It's all fantastic and serves as a somewhat redemption arc for his cowardly past deeds. I'll talk about Brad's fate later. Nemesis ambushing Jill in her apartment is, in my opinion, a much better introduction than RE399's random apartment explosion. I always saw that intro as pretty weird, like we missed a big chunk of the game's start. Actually getting a full sequence before Jill jumps through that exploding doorway was a treat, to say the least. Oh my god, I love the shot where the camera goes over Nemi's shoulder as he's chasing you. It's so threatening. Also, Jill literally driving Nemesis off the side of a building was one of the most badass moves in Resident Evil history. The intro is great. I really liked it. The first fully playable section of this game is the downtown area. This part is an explorable hub, and there's a lot to do and see here. Picking locks, cutting chains, finding items. It's very Resident Evil in its gameplay loop. It'll probably take you about 40 minutes to explore this entire place. This area is pretty strange because it happens to feature almost every location in RE399's downtown, but the difference here is that all of that stuff was condensed into a few city blocks, instead of being stretched over an entire neighborhood. There are things from RE399 that are missing, but for the most part, you'll be like, oh, there's the substation. Oh look, there's the pharmacy. Wow, the Aquacure girl is really hot now. Downtown is the best part of RE3R overall. Completing the substation is when Nemesis finally shows up to stalk you through this part of town. It's amazing, really. He can intercept you, show up when you least expect it, and actually follow you into one of the save rooms, which really caught me off guard. The problem with Nemesis, and this is my biggest complaint with this remake, is that once you escape through the sewers, that's it for him stalking you like this throughout the rest of the game. All of this persistent monster's appearances are either scripted chases or boss fights, and that's honestly pretty disappointing. Not only from an RE399 perspective, but from an RE2R perspective. It's bizarre because if you look back at RE298, Mr. X in that game had like 5 easily avoidable encounters that all felt 100% scripted. RE399 was the step up from that, having Nemesis feel like he was following you through the entire early game, even though he also was 100% scripted depending on what paths you took. It's backwards for these remakes. Mr. X is more Nemi than Nemi. Nemesis feels more in line with OG RE2 Mr. X. That is not how this should work. If Nemesis is going to be in a new game, a remake of his debut title for that matter, that experience should be the ultimate Resident Evil chase game, not this one-and-done dynamic gameplay situation. It's hard to talk about fixing this problem since RE3R after this point basically goes on rails. You'd have to redesign the game as a semi-open world to make Nemesis even feel a little like he's pursuing you. The more I think about this, the more I wish Capcom would have just followed the open world trend with this game. Like, if any RE title has to go open world, it should be Nemesis's wild Raccoon City hunt for stars. Obviously, this is all wishful thinking and very much impossible now considering the game's development is done at this point. One thing I can say about making Nemi feel more involved is to have him stalk you as soon as you leave the train station and to put him in the sewers. Yeah, replace one of the Hunter Gamma with Nemesis. How terrifying would it be to narrowly escape him only to see him walk around this particular corner as if nothing's changed? Keep him on this ground floor, and if you do enough damage, he'll either run away or just faceplant into the disgusting sewer water. I think this would be a very doable patch in the future. I hope something like this happens. It would make for an awesome challenge and have this persistent monster feel like he's more part of the game. If this never happens officially, hey modders, let's talk. Speaking of the sewer, before we move on,
Come on, you creepy-ass stalker! You want stars? I'll give you stars!
so believe it or not, the repositioning of this one line is my biggest problem with RE3R. Jill's voice actress, Nicole Tompkins, delivers this line perfectly. Why it's used as a throwaway piece of banter during a random chase scene, which can be interrupted by the way,
You creepy-ass stalker! You want stars?
boggles my mind. If you guys don't know this line is like my favorite video game one-liner. I know people think it's cheesy, and admittedly it is to an extent, but as a kid I thought it was legendary. It was inspiring, not only seeing, but hearing Jill own Nemesis with this line. After a full game of this stupid monster chasing you around uttering that single word, Jill and the player destroy him with the satisfaction of giving him exactly what he wants through the barrel of a 357 lobotomy. It's so badass. To have that moment, that iconic line, be reduced to Jill just running away from Nemesis, well, it made me sad. Look, I know I'm probably the only person that cares this much about a single line of dialogue, but it meant something to me. That first playthrough of RE399 was magical. I was so young, and the line was like the coolest thing I had ever heard. It's something that stuck with me my entire life. That one moment made Jill my favorite character. I love Jill's voice actress in this game. She does the line so much justice. It's a shame that it's optional and placed at this point in the game, though. At least it got recorded. Alright, rant over. After the sewer, Jill finds herself ascending a building under construction as Nemesis burns it down with his newly acquired flamethrower. I love everything about this set piece. Once you reach the top of the building is when you face off against this fiery guy. I like this fight because with his flamethrower, Nemesis is slower. He's got a variety of moves like raining down fireballs on the player, which looks amazing by the way, a few close-up melee hits, and a constant stream of flames. Once you blow up the fuel tank is when this creature gains a speed boost. It's so satisfying, perfect dodging each of his heavy swings in succession. Nemi also has a legit stinger like Dante, which is devastating if it makes contact. You can also perfect dodge this attack as well. So if you play this fight perfectly, Jill will look like a total badass, styling all over this undead idiot. This battle is great. For as much as I love that entire sequence, I can't really say I completely loved what happens next. God, what an entrance. Why'd they make him so cool in this game? So here we are. Rocket Nemi has finally entered the building to be a 100% avoidable on-rails scripted set piece. Nemesis in this encounter chases you down a carefully placed sequence of corridors for about 3 minutes. By the way, the giant head on top of the toy store gets shot down and Jill has to run away from it Re4 style. I like this, but it's insane. The worst part about this battle is that it's actually really fun. Just sticking around and taking him down, earning a valuable supply crate in the process, is so rewarding. It's just a shame this set piece is like 2 minutes long, and there's literally no communicated incentive to even fight this battle. The rocket launcher cutscene is great. The actual fighting part is fun. You're literally dodging rockets. What's not to love about that? It's such a giant missed opportunity. Imagine being up on higher ground and having Nemesis shoot up at you, or vice versa. There are so many gameplay scenarios that I could come up with right now to make this better. It's just a shame we got what seems like the lowest effort for Nemi's most iconic appearance. This moment should have been the perfect open-ended gameplay segment. After regrouping with Carlos, Jill heads out of the city with Mikhail and Nikolai via a train, leaving Carlos and Tyrell behind. I love this cutscene so much. After a few very suspicious encounters with Nikolai, Mikhail begins to let on that he knows that this cold-blooded mercenary is up to something. The subtlety in the delivery of the lines is what makes this scene so memorable. The performances really sell it. Mikhail is the MVP after all. And after Nemesis boards the train, we get a pretty badass exit for this old soldier.
They're gone. Come, this way.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
Nikolai!
Get off my train, shitbird!
This scene is so awesome. After this, we switch over to Carlos to explore the RPD. Right out of the gate, this level hits you with something pretty intense.
Brad, stop! T. Come on, man. Not you too. Sorry. Sorry.
I know there's been a lot of controversy over this scene. It's very different from the original, but guys, I like it a lot. Not only does it give Brad a more meaningful death, but it enriches Marvin's story from RE2R. We actually get to see how and who he was bitten by, and oh my god, is it heartbreaking. It gives this line a hell of a lot more meaning now.
And don't make my mistake. If you see one of those things, uniform or not, you do not hesitate. You take it out, or you run. Got it?
If Brad pathetically died cowering in a corner in the exact same way, I'd be fine with it, but it wouldn't fit with this game's portrayal of his character. It'd be really jarring. Having him go out saving Jill holding back a horde of zombies, and then using his last shred of humanity to apologize to one of his friends for what he was about to do to him, well, that's just amazing. This reimagined scene is exactly what I needed from Brad. Brad still dies in front of the RPD, and by the way, him biting Marvin here is actually a callback to Resident Evil Outbreak File 2. Yeah, this is actually a deep cut, but I'm so glad they did it this way. The only thing I can think of to make this scene a bit better is if after you put down Brad, his head would turn into an NE-alpha parasite, meaning he would have gotten infected by Nemesis at some point. Capcom, please hire me. Or just take these ideas wholesale and patch your game. I don't mind. Take them. Carlos's trip through the RPD is very enjoyable. You get to see how some of the RPD officers bit the dust in RE2R. We get even more sassy Carlos, which by the way, I freaking love this version of Carlos so much.
Now here's a weird fucking door.
Leave it. We're here for
I never thought I'd be saying that based on the original RE3. Carlos's actor, Jeff Shine, did a fantastic job at making this previous goofball a very cool, smooth-talking, lovable merc. The gameplay here is simple. Carlos chooses to take down zombies head-on with his assault rifle. There are lickers in the RPD as well, which I definitely was not expecting. After reaching the STARS office, we switch back to Jill waking up in the wreckage of her recent train derailment. Leaving the train tunnel behind, we're greeted by an absolutely breathtaking sight, the clock tower. So the lead up to the tower is a little different this time. You have to cross a bridge to get to the building, but once you set foot on this bridge is when we get one of the best RE quotes of all time.
Bitch can't even swim. Look. It's back!
Jill, what happened? Jill, come in!
So this is Nemi's second form. It's drastically different from his original humanoid tentacle body. I really don't hate this change. I think he looks really cool being more monstrous like this. Kinda like a Bloodborne boss. Very blood-starved beast, good hunter. This boss is fun to fight too. Are you guys seeing a trend here? Nemesis has obvious giant wind-up animations for his attacks that are easily dodgeable but inflict a ton of damage if they make contact. There's a phase where he runs around the arena until eventually climbing the clock tower, and it looks so sick. The trick here is to plant a mine in his path to knock him out of his loop. By the way, the mine thrower was axed from this game. Instead, Jill's grenade launcher gets mine rounds, which are blue, and I got really excited because I thought they were freeze rounds, and I love my freeze rounds. I was a little disappointed by their exclusion, but at least we don't have to deal with the mine thrower anymore. A fun detail about this version of Nemesis is when he's incapacitated, his chest opens up, revealing the NE alpha parasite painfully squirming around. I guess that's what was in that device on his chest. After the battle, Jill gets infected, like you'd imagine. Carlos comes to save her, and we move right along to the hospital. That's right, guys. The clock tower level was not included in this game. It's a huge letdown. The clock tower is one of the most iconic Resident Evil locations, and not having it here feels like a big chunk of the game is missing. It hurts too, because right before the doggy Nemesis fight, you can read a file that details the clock tower's history and gives you a description of what the inside of this building looks like. It's like the game is getting you ready to explore this brand new location. It also doesn't help that it seems like Jill is about to walk into the tower after the fight and gets interrupted by Nemesis. This omission is really tough to deal with. I loved the clock tower in the original, and I really hope at some point we can get it back in this game, but I won't hold my breath on that. Oh my god, there are so many ways you can integrate that level without having to change anything. Okay, bear with me for a second and try to imagine this. Jill has nightmares in this game. Make her have a weird fever dream that takes place while she's unconscious in the wreckage of the train crash. She's stuck in the exact same clock tower from the original, but this time the front door leading outside is locked, needing 3 novelty key items. You'd have to solve those same 2 classic puzzles, the music box and the gems and clocks riddles, to get the keys. An all-new encounter that would take place would see Jill exploring the basement of the tower. After solving the first 2 puzzles, you'd get a special key to the basement where you'd finally fight some giant spiders in a nasty BOW nest. After taking out a very Black Tiger-esque queen spider is when you'd get the final key. The twist is, now Nemi's original form 2 is stalking you for the rest of your visit. With the front door now unlocked, Jill has to reach the top to ring the tower's bell, adding in another sequence of normal Nemesis gameplay. Since this would be a very dreamlike situation, you'd still get that silly, "we're saved" cutscene like in the original game. But then the nightmare ends with Nemesis shooting down this helicopter again. When Jill wakes up from the train is where you'd get this game's real Nemi 2 fight. Literally all that would have to be done is to slot this new scenario into the default game structure. It would give Jill a 3rd nightmare for the story and at least an extra hour of gameplay, extending the runtime, adding in much needed puzzles, and a highly requested enemy type in the giant spiders. Capcom, just take this idea. If we ever get any DLC, make it this. Please, you'd be making so many people happy. Moving on from my crushed hopes and dreams, the hospital is the next portion of this game, and I've gotta say, it's pretty good. Part 1 sees Carlos exploring on his own, looking for a cure for Jill's infection. The hospital has an awesome color palette and atmosphere. There's some decent exploration with optional side rooms to unlock, keys to find, and we get our introduction to the hunters, and like I said in my review, they're perfect. Very fun to fight against, and counterpunch them in their big dumb lizard faces. I really like this part of the game, but it's plagued with one of the worst pieces of mandatory content in the series. Question: do you guys like the RE4 cabin? Well, Capcom sure does. They keep putting it in their games, and RE3R is the latest victim of this cursed level design. After administering the vaccine, a horde of zombies approaches the building, and it's up to Carlos to keep them at bay while Tyrell works on getting the shutters closed. I love the idea of Carlos single-handedly taking on a horde of zombies to protect Jill and one of his best friends. But this could have been done way better than the thing we actually got. So like RE4's cabin, zombies continuously flood into the room. This sequence actually has technical issues, like zombies exploding after being killed with a comical Nickelodeon splat sound effect. What is that? Why did they think that was a good thing to put in the game? Seriously though, I've heard and seen glitches occur in this battle. It's almost like the RE engine wasn't built for this type of thing. Yeah, this part is pretty bad, but I like the idea of it at the very least. By the way, RE4 was the only game that did the cabin good. Stop putting it in your games, Capcom. I don't think anyone likes it. Part 2 of the hospital takes place after Jill awakens, and it's really only cleanup. Gathering up items Carlos couldn't get or forgot to pick up. It's fun. I love the open-ended gameplay of RE3R. I just wish there was more of it. The hospital's basement is a giant puzzle room where you have to find 3 fuses to restore the power to the area. There are some decent surprises in this location, and the item hunt was fun enough and didn't overstay its welcome. After restoring this area's power is when Tyrell finally catches up to Jill and the two head into this new mysterious environment, not before Nemi shows up to waste Tyrell. Poor guy. Estúpido perro. Nemesis chases Jill into this game's new lab sequence. There's no dead factory in this game either. Instead, we get Nest 2. I'm not totally bothered by this exclusion. I quite like the new super future Nest labs these reimaginings are bringing us, but I will admit, I love and dearly miss the dirty, metallic, industrial labs of the original RE2 and 3. There's something so terrifying about a squeaky clean pharmaceutical company having a dark, dank facility just under the surface filled with these monsters that you'd only ever see in your wildest nightmares. These new labs are literally squeaky clean. Big contrast, but yeah, I'm a fan of both aesthetics. This lab is very focused. The goal is to make another batch of vaccine before escaping the city. It's a typical Resident Evil ending sequence, focusing heavily on running and gunning while solving brain-dead puzzles and fighting a few bosses. A few standouts here are the Palehead zombies, which are regenerating zombies that have a cool body reconstruction effect going on when healing themselves. The room where the tyrants and hunters are created was also really cool to see. I love how Jill verbally lets us know that she knows what these giant gray guys are because 2 months prior, she fought one of these things in the Spencer Mansion. By the way, this game is packed with so many tiny details and lore callbacks. It's a lot of fun. I feel like every day someone's discovering something new about this game. After creating another vaccine, Jill is jumped by Nemesis, narrowly escaping the monster's grasp. We find ourselves in a very familiar situation. The file you can read just before entering this big room talks about drenching BOWs in acid. So yeah, you know what's about to happen in just a few minutes. When Nemesis eventually catches up to Jill, he falls into the waste disposal pit, and Nikolai forces Jill to fight the giant monster while he takes off with the vaccine. This battle is similar to the first Monster Nemi fight. This time he's got a big tentacle arm to swing at you from long range. It's somewhat accurate to the original game. The idea is there at least. After doing enough damage, Carlos comes to Jill's aid to offer support with spotting Nemi. Nemesis hides behind the acid tanks above Jill and jumps down at her if you fail to act quickly in shocking Nemi out of his hiding spot. This boss is really fun, a lot like the first Monster Nemesis fight, on the standard and hardcore difficulties. On the bonus Nightmare and Inferno modes, it becomes a real chore to get through. For some god-awful reason, on the higher difficulties, the camera is stuck zoomed in whenever Nemesis gets close to Jill. It's almost impossible to judge distance, and it could leave you getting hit or grabbed by a few cheap shots. I really don't know how this got past testing. I'm kinda convinced the devs didn't even test these modes. On your first go-around in Nightmare, it's super frustrating. It requires total mastery of the dodge system and a few good educated guesses. It feels busted, but thankfully on the normal difficulty settings, this fight is awesome, like the clock tower battle. Defeating the monster once again sees it being bathed in a pool of acid. Getting to higher ground, Jill pursues Nikolai further, but is once again interrupted by the stalkerish creature.
City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life.
Good luck!
Nikolai!
Jill!
Go after Nikolai! He's got the vaccine!
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
I know you do.
Look, just so you know, this is the last fucking time.
God, what could they do to make this battle even more hype?
Now
Cooldown in progress. Please reactivate power sources.
damn, it needs power.
Okay, I'll be honest. When I first saw this scene, it was like all of the game's problems up to this point melted from my mind for a little while. Literally, this entire boss fight feels like it was made just for me. It's the most hype thing I've ever seen. The way the classic track Final Metamorphosis kicks in as the batteries pop out of the wall and the railgun runs out of energy, holy shit. I can't believe what I'm looking at right now. I hear you complaining though. How is Jill firing this energy weapon that is taller than her? How are her ankles not broken? Bitch, please, have you seen her ass? I know you have because the camera always wants to show you. With a cake like that, I'm surprised Jill isn't leaping over the RPD in a single bound. Don't take this moment away from her. If Code Veronica Chris can do it, if 19-year-old college student Claire can handle a frickin' minigun with almost no kickback like a champ, Jill can do this. She's a member of STAR's Alpha team. Jesus, this video is all over the place. I guess they really scaled down the tech by the time they got to Vendetta. Oh, what's that? You want to lead Nemesis in front of the railgun? How about being the railgun? Oh my god, I can't believe this game. So, hype aside, the actual fight is really easy on standard difficulty, very balanced and enjoyable on hardcore, and absolutely busted on Nightmare and Inferno. Skyscraper Nemi will attack you with a few different ground slaps, a sweep, stun you with a roar, one-shot you if you get too close, and when you pop one of his gross polyps, acid will cover a section of the arena. Most of these attacks are dodgeable though. The goal is to pop all of the polyps on Nemesis's body, and while he's downed, set each railgun battery into place. Once the battery is back online, Nemi will regain consciousness. On hardcore, this fight will last about 3 waves. On Inferno difficulty, his ground slaps can go up to 9 hits. That means you have to perfect dodge all 9 attacks in sequence before you can even think about returning fire. Why not just fire and dodge in between his attacks, you might be wondering? Well, that doesn't work on these modes because Nemi's attacks stun lock Jill. And guess what? 2 to 3 hits and Jill's dead. It's extremely unfair. My very first attempt on Nightmare lasted 37 minutes. That's half an hour for one boss fight in a survival horror game. It feels very broken. I highly recommend when you get to this point on these difficulties to use the unlockable defense and assault coins, as well as the dodge book. I just thought I should talk about this because it's not good design. Like, at all. I've gotten much better at taking down Nightmare Nemi, but not everyone else wants to devote that much time to learning how to fairly fight a broken boss like this. Anyway, once you get all the batteries back into place, the hype continues.
All power sources activated. Powering
I am
up.
sick of your shit! Come on! Next time, take the fucking hit!
God, I love you, Jill. Shoutouts to my fellow girl gamers that felt Jill's energy in that moment. I love everything about that final shot, but you know what would make it even better?
You want stars? I'll give you stars!
No, that's what I'm talking about. Jill and Carlos beat Nikolai, leave his punk ass behind, and then go off to start a life together. Wait, oh my god, they remade the song? They completely remade the credits song. One of my favorite pieces of Resident Evil music. But they couldn't do the clock tower? This game is going to be the end of me. I'm sure I don't have to say this at all, but geez, is this title the epitome of mixed feelings. As its own thing, divorced from the original RE3, I think it's great. As a remake of RE3 though, not so much. After weeks of mulling it over and countless hours of playtime, I can still confidently say the game is worth a playthrough. That being said, I would feel a bit more comfortable bumping my review score down from an 8 to a 7.5. It takes some ideas from RE399 and absolutely runs with them, in some cases making them better. Unfortunately, most of the original RE3's ideas, this game is running from, and that's very unfortunate. The story, characters, gameplay, and presentation are all 10s from me. Game structure, lack of Nemesis, lack of Raccoon City, that stuff definitely sticks out in the worst possible ways. I really want to see more from these versions of Jill and Carlos. The chemistry between them is off the charts. Hell, the charts don't even exist anymore when those two are on screen together. We've talked about missed opportunities a lot in this video, and while I like what was done with Jill and Nemi's rivalry, once you get to that railgun kill, as awesome as it is, and for as much as I loved it, it feels a little unearned. And like we've all been saying, that comes down to the lack of Nemesis throughout the entire game. There just needed to be more fights and chases with him, period. Honestly, the release of this game hasn't been the most fun. I was so excited for this title. After my initial playthrough, I was fine with what I had played, but I also really felt the omissions. The game is lacking in too many areas. It has decent replay value despite what armies of people on the internet are saying. The problem with said replay value is that the content on offer isn't as meaningful as some other RE titles. The unlockables are fun, don't get me wrong, the STARS outfit in particular, that costume is 100 out of 10. But there really should have been extra modes. Put in the mercenaries, put in a few more costumes, put in an alternate ending for crying out loud. Where the hell is Barry? It's obvious RE3R needed more development time, and I don't really see why it didn't get a little extra love and care. Almost everything about this game screams extended director's cut later on. With that being said, this game was made primarily by M2, a dev team comprised of ex-Platinum Games staff. I'm sure hearing that puts a lot of this game's design in perspective. That Metal Gear Rising looking railgun, the more linear level layouts, and all of the action elements are clearly Platinum inspired. While I think M2 did a fine job with the thing we got, I'm kinda nervous about the future of these remakes, if rumors of their further involvement prove to be true. If things proceed like this, I'm sure I will still have fun with what's to come, but I already know without Dev 1 behind the wheel, making those important decisions, we probably won't be seeing 9 out of 10 bangers like RE2R and DMC5 for a while. I know it's really early to say something like that, things can always change, and from what I can tell, RE3R seems like the first M2 game of this scale. And I'd like to believe they'd only get better after this. Like I've said before, this game does great things, but it's just not fully there. It's not a trash fire, it's not 0 out of 10, it's just fine. And I think a lot of that has to do with the dev team responsible for making this thing. These reimaginings of RE2 and 3 are new games in their own right, and yeah, they should be judged fairly. I feel like I've only ever been fair to these games. And yeah, I love new things, but man do I wish this game was more faithful to its original counterpart. I hope going forward, the next few projects developed by either Dev 1 or M2 at most, exude that original quality that Dev 1 has been providing prior to this game's release. All we could do now is wait and see what happens. I really hope we get an extended cut of RE3R in the future, maybe for next gen? In any event, I still enjoyed Jill Valentine's new adventure, cut content and all, but I really hope her next game is a smash hit with everyone. Let's hope future Resident Evil titles give us a few more shining stars, 'cause I don't know if I can survive another game like this. Hey everyone, I am so exhausted, legitimately. I hope you enjoyed this very, very mixed feelings video. I love this game and most of the stuff it does, but yeah, some of the creative decisions were pretty baffling. I think most people feel that way about this title. If you like this video, please consider subscribing and checking out my Patreon link down below. Now that we're done with 2 epic RE3R reviews, I think it's time to move on to something else for a while. I really hope you guys are staying safe in these terribly boring times and staying occupied the best way you can. I hear Animal Crossing is pretty good for that. Anyway, guys, I'll be talking to you all next time. I have a feeling something wicked is right around the corner. Later. Hey there everyone, I'm back with another Resident Evil commentary playthrough. This time we're playing RE3R with Nicole Tompkins, the voice of Jill Valentine. So this track was initially streamed on Twitch, but this time I turned off all of the distracting elements while recording. There will be a couple of chat questions, but for the most part this track is very much focused on the story of the game and a lot of behind the scenes info provided by Nicole. This playthrough was a treat for me personally. As you may know, Jill Valentine is my favorite character, and I loved Nicole's portrayal of her in this reimagining. Nicole is super cool and has a lot of great insight on how basically every scene was made in this game. You guys aren't going to want to miss this one, it's so much fun. But anyway, enough stalling, grab a cup of coffee and settle in, because this adventure is a pretty lengthy one. Enjoy.
Hey Susie,
What's
guess
up?
what?
What?
It's Valentine.
Hardcore. Let's do this.
Do it.
Can I just say right out of the gate, I love that this game starts with a live action full motion video opening, because that is like so classic. Like the first Resident Evil starts like this, like it's got like real people acting, and it's such a weird like jarring disconnect. I love that they did that again. for
Totally. I love this guy specifically, Dr. Matt Gorkas. He's so authentically terrible. Yeah, it was a surprise for me. I didn't know how the game was gonna start. I knew about the first opening scene. So when I saw this start, I was like, oh, neat. Like, such fun context before we jump into Jill's story. It's kind of, honestly, if you think about it, it's like the once upon a time at the beginning of any story. It just gives you the context so that when they throw you into this game, which is so fast-paced, you, like, know immediately.
That's a really great way of putting it. You get like this backstory of Umbrella, and you get a little shot of Nemesis, and Raccoon City's in chaos right now. It's
Totally.
super cool.
It's the opening scroll in Star Wars. Like, it's literally just like, here's what's happening.
Yeah, but you get to see it, and it's kind of cool, and you're like, whoa. Whoa. Here we are.
So this is fun. This is actually the only scene of the scenes that I originally auditioned with that made it into the game.
Interesting.
So I auditioned with several scenes, and some of them were cut and some of them were just sides for auditioning purposes, but this scene, I guess not this, but the scene in the bathroom, this like intro moment, was one of my original auditions.
I'm sure you can't talk about them, but do you remember the cutscenes?
Like the scenes that weren't part of it, I think they were kind of related. They were there was a scene with Brad that was definitely different than the scenes that you see in the game, just to kind of be able to audition the actors and see that relationship. And then there was a couple scenes with Carlos that definitely just changed based on what was actually happening. But hilariously, there was a scene with a radio where the radio was like broken and we were trying to fix it or something, and it was really, I think it was honestly just written for auditioning purposes, to kind of just see the dynamic between them, because they wanted to set up sort of this banter and this partnership in kind of a strange really strange circumstances.
Sounds like just a little quick standalone, like one-off that you would read for an audition, just like
Totally.
Hey, do busy work together. Let's see if you have chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. And Jeff and I had a lot of fun right off the bat.
You guys have
I
mad
think
chemistry.
we both knew kind of in the audition process. We were like, well, like this is gonna happen, right? Look at her kendo sticker.
I love it. It's so cool.
It's so cute.
She's got a lot of really cool, like, little Easter eggs in her apartment. By the way, her
Definitely.
apartment is fabulous. Like, it's such a cool little, like if you look at that thing on the wall there, it's her diploma for becoming a police officer in Raccoon City. I actually
It's amazing.
I did like a free camera, and I flew the camera up to it, and you can read all the text. You know?
No way.
Yeah, it's super cool.
That's awesome. I also love that it's hung there because, I mean, obviously you think, oh, you know, what would you put in her apartment? Sure, her police officer diploma thing. But if you think about it, it also tells you something about who she is. Like, she's proud of her job. She's also really young. Like, she's one of the younger STARS members. And so, like, she's really proud of what she does. She literally hangs it in her room by her desk.
Yeah, it's so cool. And there's like a bunch of people in these like pictures here, and like the one guy, like the picture that's sort of like hanging off the board there, like he kind of looks like Chris Redfield's, and like
Ooh,
I've sort of
Dad.
like you know talked about that online a lot, and it's picked up traction. Like people are like, oh, maybe that is Chris. Hey, hello, who is this? Who's this lady? This cutie?
Ooh, hey girl. So like I said, this was one of the
take us through it.
This was an audition scene, and what's really fun about this scene is it's one of the only scenes, there's a couple that are done in that first person perspective, and when we're on the stage mocapping that, essentially like in the computer programs, they put the camera live as your character's head. So while you're on the stage, you are controlling the cameras and you're controlling what everyone who's on the computers are seeing. So not only am I having to turn into a zombie and then deciding to commit suicide, which is a task, I'm also directing literally like where the camera goes, and I'm sure, I don't know for certain, but I'm sure that's also how a lot of RE7 in many ways is made. Any of this first person perspective stuff, they'll literally have like an actor being a camera, which is really cool because it gives you this natural movement that you get to enjoy when you're playing it. I got another really funny one while you fix that. So that wake up from the table, because we're wearing headgear, and even when they're doing my head as the camera, technically you don't need facial capture because you're not seeing my facial reactions. But I was still wearing the headgear because it's basically ROM'd where all the dots are on my head and everything else to that helmet. So I still have to wear the headgear. And whenever you have a character with their head down on a table or like laying down, they basically had to put two tables together to create a little hallway in between where my headgear can go down and then I can pull my head up. Because it sticks out a foot in front of your face or 6 inches. So you can't actually lay your head down on a table. That's just a really random part of the mocap stage process that happens. So whenever you have characters like lying down face first, it's really funny. So we had 2 tables for just that shot where she like jerks awake.
In the dream, it's like her room is like way cleaner looking, and then in reality, it's like a dump. Understandable.
Which is funny because literally her nightmare is cleanliness. Her nightmare is like, my apartment is perfect.
And then here's probably like the most iconic cutscene.
Yes, and we're wearing her STARS outfit. So this is actually really interesting too. This moment, originally, they didn't tell me, or we didn't know exactly where it was playing out, because they hadn't decided if it was going to go like right there or at a later moment or something like that. So I just remember doing this as like a last minute moment, going back into the bathroom. It was like an added thing. They're like, hey, we're going to grab you back in the bathroom again. I was like, okay, great.
Hello? Jill, are you okay? Brad, is that you?
This section was shot in so many different little cuts. Because of just the amount of action that happens. Originally, that little moment there too. There was a thing, like I sat down on the bed when I was having the phone call, and we were like, no, we can't do it. Like animating the materials on the bed and that sort of stuff was too complicated, so we changed it where she's just up, which works a lot better because it jumps right into action. But originally that phone call like felt a little bit more like, oh, they're chatting, and then we kind of like got it to what you see now. Which is kind of fun.
Love it.
So I have some behind the scenes footage of that moment that I've posted on my social media when he like comes in, and we did shoot it in several different little sections to make it work.
Oh my god. These people, they're falling.
Oh no! What? I did not see that when I played.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little tiny things in this intro
You
where
know all the things.
you can just stop and look. I'm sure that was like spliced together, right? Nemesis like jumping down like that, or did Neil actually jump down?
Neil definitely did some jump downs. I know there's some BTS footage of like when he has the flamethrower. He basically would jump off of this like he'll say it's 6 foot, maybe it was 6 foot, I'm gonna say it's 4 foot, platform like onto the ground to get like the feeling of his heaviness. You'll hear him talk a lot about creature work in motion capture and what it takes as far as just getting like the weight of the character, the physicality of the character. Nope! Sorry, boo! Ah!
Nemesis is so cool in this game.
Run, baby, run!
Oh wait, we running. Yeah, Neil jumped off of a 40-foot platform.
Yeah, that's it. And he does that on the regular. He's cool like that.
Yeah. Oh god.
I always feel like she runs so slow there. Oh my god.
She's a little injured right now, but yeah.
Yeah.
She gets thrown
Don't worry,
around
in like
a
2.5
lot.
seconds, she's not injured anymore.
Yeah, she's fine. She's got like a full city block to walk it off, you know, and she gets over it.
Yeah.
And here's Brad. Tell us a little bit about Brad.
Yes! Well, Brad was voiced and mocapped by Darren O'Hare, who is a very talented actor. And he came to Japan with us the first round and got all of his stuff done in that round. We had so much fun. He sat next to me when I was like, when we were first heading over, first meeting everyone like on our super long flight. So I got to know him really well.
That's so cool. I love it.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's just such a cool dude. He deserves more love. Go follow Darren O'Hare. He's incredibly talented and does a lot more than you know. What is this? Oh, sweet! I've never heard that line. I said it once.
Yeah, there's a lot of missable stuff, like little lines and stuff, and like.
I'm
see
so
people
glad I
running
get to
around.
watch you play. This is so fun.
I'm gonna try to get as much of that stuff in here as we can.
Uh-oh.
Look out.
That was done in a voiceover booth. There's so many of the in-game lines that like it's really fun to see the final context, because when we were recording them, we didn't always know exactly where they were gonna play.
Yeah, because you're in a booth.
Scene. I loved the scene. We did it so many different ways to like find, and that's Neil, by the way, who's the zombie that comes to the door.
Oh, wow.
I have PTS of this scene as well.
Have you posted it?
I don't know if I did. Check with me or message me. I can send it to you.
Okay, cool.
I loved this scene. We had something kind of similar in an audition process. Also, that thing where I fall to the ground right there. I came home like with everything that I did for this role on the motion capture stage. That moment right there, super anticlimactic. He like pushes her to make her go. I came home with the most horrendous bruise you've ever seen because in one of the takes, possibly that one, no idea, I hit the object that they had placed for the bar that you see in that scene.
Oh yeah.
Like I hit my thigh because it was pretty low. It wasn't quite where it actually shows up. So I hit my thigh so hard. I literally took pictures of this bruise and sent pictures home to my family.
Yeah.
Because it just was such an unnecessarily horrendous looking bruise for such an anticlimactic moment.
Yeah.
And Darren felt so bad because he was like, it's my fault. Like I was like, no, I was the controlled fall. Like I control how I fall. That's how we do stunts. Anytime anyone becomes like the victim of any sort of violence, they're always the one in control of how they land or how they get punched or whatever else. But I just remember, just like of all my moments, that's the only moment of everything that we did that I came home with an actual bruise.
And to be honest, I mean, the fall that's in game, like it looks like the push looks very violent. Like it looks like you go flying. So
yeah, well, and it needs it though. It's like it's such a short amount of dialogue to communicate the fact that they've have such a relationship to each other.
Yeah, and it pays off.
And that he cares so much. So like I think that violent push really just adds a lot to just really quickly communicating how it hurts that we're losing him.
Yeah, exactly. And he wants her to get out of there and be safe.
Yeah, and that he cares about her. This was all done in the booth later. So this wasn't a mocap scene because you're in control as the player.
Yeah.
And I remember recording these lines and I was like, who is this guy? Like,
it's Dario Rosso.
Dario Rosso. You want to steal my safe house. Missy? Yeah.
I'm a police officer. I'm here to help.
I remember trying to sound like I believed myself when I said that. Look, like I'm like anytime you actually have to say like I'm a police officer to someone who's calling you Missy.
Yeah.
You have to like overcome this like okay, here you go, sir. So I just remember laughing a lot at this scene. By the way, all credit for good performances that you like. Us actors love to direct and give credit to Steve Kniebley, who is our cinematic director and our
cool guy.
Booth director. Susie's met him. He is
By
just
the way,
incredibly
Nicole,
talented.
I don't know if you know about this, but
that's amazing. Oh my gosh! No. No, I haven't heard that. Oh gosh, the actor for him is great too.
Yeah. But yeah, Steve is really great.
Yes,
I've chatted
all
with him
the
couple
love
times.
to Steve Kniebley. It really makes such a difference. Us actors, we just value working with directors that care a lot about performance and care a lot about being actors, directors, and he does such a good job because cinematic directors have such a responsibility. They have to deal with so many departments because, I mean, if you don't know, now you know. It takes a ton of people to make these games what they are. There's so many people involved in bringing the final product to life. So his role, just communicating with all these different departments and with us and just kind of bringing everyone together for the narrative parts of how fun this game is.
Yeah, there's so many people involved and it's such a lengthy process to like get it all in place and planned out. Like I can't imagine just how much time it took to construct the script, like block out all the scenes, freaking
they do like an incredible amount of storyboarding, and I love the storyboards. There's always storyboards for most games ever. They have like really fun storyboards that have been all drawn out of like the game dev's initial idea of what it should be. So we have like a place to start, and then from there we get to like adjust and play and make it kind of come to life in a physical space. And it's the marriage of like making an experience that was fun. There was a stunt person that I got to knock out of the car. It was great.
So that guy was motion captured as well.
He was. I barely touch him too. Like he does all the falling, right? I just
Yeah.
look like I'm bringing him out, and I did the key turns and some of that. Part of this right here with the hand, we actually, I did a take of it where he was like not right on my throat but farther out, so that they could get facial data and some of the mocap, and then they also redid it again with a body double because of the facial capture. Like they wanted to really go in for like a choke and they couldn't bump like the head capture. I did all this in a facial unit though. This was difficult. Like I climbed out of this upside down, it's basically like a wood frame that looks like a car,
Yeah.
but the window, it's really tiny, and when you start that shot, I literally start upside down with my legs like over my head. So imagine just like you do a T-pose when they call action out of the car, and then you climb into the car, you flip your legs over, and then they roll, and then you climb out.
That's so silly.
It's very silly because at the start of every scene, hey baby, Jeff Shine rolling up, friends.
With like the coolest intro ever. Thank God.
Who are you? What are you doing?
All the credit in the world. He carries me in several moments in this game, and he did it all himself. Both of us in facial units.
That was my next question.
Yep,
did y'all
we
have the
we
face
both
rigs
had
on?
facial units, and you can kind of see like when he looks directly at me in that moment, like we're leaving space for.
Yeah, yeah. I
In
totally
some ways.
noticed that. Yeah.
Safe.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it.
Let's go.
I love him. He's so great.
He's awesome. I've said this so many times. Like, if you read some of Carlos's lines on paper, you'd be like, wait, really? He's gonna say that? And then when Jeff gets a hold of that material, he just makes it so grounded and charming that every single one of his lines, don't you like that in a man? Like, that's such a funny line to actually deliver in a serious context. And he just does it in a way that we're like, yep, works.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are the
This
ones
is all
who
done in
caused
the booth later.
Oh, all of this dialogue?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because this is in-game.
Mm-hmm.
Your company is responsible for infecting everyone.
And they wanted it like super high stakes, and actually in this moment it's really strange to like, as a player you have the option, you could be moving, you could be standing still. So it's really funny when you're like, oh, they're standing still and they're really passionately delivering.
That's something that's cool about that full hallway conversation is that if you're speed running the game and you run like in front of him, he doesn't say like half of the lines. Like he's moving with you. So like
nice.
a lot of that stuff gets cut like if you want to like play the game fast, which is
Wow.
really cool. It's something I noticed like a little bit later.
I
It's
have
another-
BTS footage of this scene in a rehearsal. Like I have a whole version of this scene in a rehearsal. We're not in mocap suits. I haven't shared it anywhere. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I can, but it like evolved. This scene evolved. We spent a lot of time on this scene, and which is good because it made it into, I think, the demo and some trailers.
Yes,
So
yes.
William Hope, everyone. This guy is an icon. He's just wonderful, and we had so much fun in Japan. I just like after doing all this, we'd go and eat sushi. That's what I think about when I watch these scenes. I'm not kidding.
The city is completely cut off, isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up.
I feel like this monologue used to have so much more. There was like more to this monologue.
Really?
He had to memorize so much dialogue for this scene, and then it kind of got condensed in the edit and what they chose. Just more like exposition. It's nothing all that important. I think it works the way that it ended up.
Evacuate some survivors. But we need help.
I love that line. The way he delivers it is so good. It's just like
You can't always tell based on like the shots, but when we were doing this, we were like basically sitting across from each other, kind of having a stare down for some of these takes. like very much. There's takes where like we took a lot more space and we're just sitting there like looking at each other with distrust, and it's really fun to see how the final edit kind of comes together and the pacing that they choose, because it has to accommodate the gameplay. Like that's just how video games work. So pacings of scenes change based on what they want the player to sit through or not sit through. I just talked through that line that a lot of people love. I've said this before. It used to be something different. The scene ended where I think she didn't even say anything. He just was like, "Here's a radio," and she just left. And Jeff and I love that he sits and heals him with spray. It's great.
It's really
but
cool. You actually see it happen, which you
Yeah.
never really see in Resident Evil games.
Jeff and I, at the end of that scene, were kind of like, I can't remember who said. I almost feel like Jeff was the one that was like, I feel like you should say something back, and I was like, I agree. Like, there's no reason she wouldn't give him a little bit of sass, like find something to say, because he gives her so many funny isms. And that was what we settled on. We tried a couple different things, but we took it to Steve, and Steve was like, yeah, I agree. And he talked to the team. It's like all these people have to approve choices that get made. And we're like, let's try this. And they were like, yeah, sure, give it a try. We'll see how it works. And we did it, and the team was like, oh yeah, totally, keep it. We like it. And it made it in the game, which is kind of fun.
I love when you're on set and you have like an idea and the dev team
And it can make it in the game?
Yeah, the
Oh,
dev
I know.
team goes
Me too,
for it.
Susie. Me too. With stuff like that, I always like to, because I mean it's been so long in some ways. Since look at all of your guns, freaking cool. It's been so long since we initially recorded it. I always just kind of credit. There's so many people involved in creative decisions happening. So I always like to say it was everyone's, kind of contribution, because it's so true.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
look at that giant head.
There's so much decision making and planning that goes on, like in the dev team itself. Like
totally.
Like, what are we gonna do for?
It's one of my. Ooh, girl. Yeah. Every time I make a perfect dodge, should I be saying it's Valentine?
You can if you want. That would be really cool.
There's gonna be so many perfect dodges. I already know.
I'm gonna try my best.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that I appreciate about really any entertainment medium, but especially in video games. Like, we'll spend so much time on certain moments and certain things that may only end up being half a second long in the final thing. But just like the attention to detail, I feel like it's just so powerful, because the game devs and the artists and all the people that are fans of the series or really value the story also spend so much time putting in Easter eggs and like all of these things. So it's really fun to see the final thing and kind of know like, ooh, we spent a lot of time on that moment, and a lot of people won't know why it worked or didn't work. They'll just fly past it, but in my heart and in our heart, we know like that added something to the final experience.
And there definitely are a lot of Easter eggs in this game, like not only for Resident Evil, but for like other Capcom games and like brands. And that was one of my favorite things about playing this the first time, was just being like, oh wow, yay, look at that. It's like Mega Man, a little Mega Man poster over there, and there's like
Mega Man!
Huge statue of him, but it's like his old classic self, like the box art version. I don't think you guys needed to go that hard with the reference, but I really appreciate it. There's a lot going on.
Moons, donuts.
Let's see here.
Shoot it.
Okay, very good.
Excellent.
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 Exquisite. I'm just like checking back and forth because this part is very like gameplay heavy, so
yeah, no, it's great.
Lots of preparation for some future foes.
What? I can't help myself. I start like singing along to Safe Room music. I love that in Moon's Donuts that like shredding guitar is happening.
Yeah. And that's actually, that's another Easter egg from the original Resident Evil 2. Like, that's the credits song, which
Great.
A lot of people were upset wasn't in the Resident Evil 2 remake, but then I guess they were happy when they put it in this
They're
game.
like, we got you, boo, no worries.
And this is actually another situation where, like, if you come into this room, like, she'll say this must be the subway company's offices. Later in this area, like, if you hadn't come in here,
she says something different.
A conversation
I
is
actually
different,
know that
yeah.
because, I mean, yes, I recorded the lines, but I remember specifically when we went through that, when you get lines like that, you'll see 4 of them or 5 of them on a page that are all super similar. And you kind of go, oh, I get it. Like, if the player gets there before, if the player doesn't get there before, if the player goes here first. So, like, we'll sort of know variation-wise when you're in the booth. Basically, like, all of the different players. I always joke, like, there are certain lines that you get to hear if you're just not doing well or you don't know what you're supposed to be doing or whatever else. And I don't know, lots of video game voiceover actors and people like know these lines. We're always like, this is just if we really need to explain it. Hey, go down that hallway to the door on the left, you know, very specific directions. And I always think those lines are just kind of cute because we'll get to like a page of those like special instructions that are so exposition heavy, and then you have to make them sound natural as if though you would just say that to yourself.
yeah, it's got to be pretty awkward. There's a couple of those in this game where Jill is just sort of like talking out loud, and you're like,
I'm just gonna muse. I'm just
Yeah.
pontificating about my situation, hoping that whoever's controlling my every movement might understand.
I love it though. It's great. I feel like it adds a lot to her character, where it's just like
does.
you get additional personality in the gameplay, you know, not just in the cutscenes.
Totally. And in some ways, like, it really defines the relationship that the player builds with their character as well, right? Her sass, like the way she responds to her environment around her. It just gives you insight into who she is and therefore like who you are in this play. So like when she has a sarcastic opinion or a funny thought, like it's relatable. It like builds relationship. Todd Havercorn, everybody.
Call me
Big
off
fan
guard.
of Todd. He's amazing. He's a talented actor, director, and Neil Newbon coming in there to shoot his face off.
He might have been infected.
I will say this any day. Neil and I love facing off. We're basically like siblings in real life. So we get really satisfied when we get to do this stare down. Look at that! Oh, look at that moment! I love
It's
when those
really
moments get
cool.
actually captured and like you can see them. Because if you imagine like a 2-shot of that moment in real life, you're like, it's like death stare between 2 people in really silly mocap suits.
Yeah.
With face lights just being like, I could literally kill you right now.
With giant like machines on your heads.
Yes, exactly. And all these dots all over our face. No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
amazing. So any like stare down moment, it's just satisfying from an actor's perspective. Hey Susie, you gonna kill some dogs?
I think I have to, right? Like,
Ugh.
I have to. I don't want to, but I have to.
It just
Gotta
hurts.
survive. Somehow.
I don't think she says anything about these too. Like this was a surprise to me because I don't think I did any booth work in response to the puppies.
Yeah.
They're like, it speaks for itself. It's rough. No one wants to do it.
If it was Resident Evil 1, then she would probably say something, because that's sort of like the opening of that game. It's like the dogs attacking them.
At this point, she's like, old news.
Yeah, she knows. She knows about the doggies.
She knows. I mean, that's also something fun. Nice! Ugh, you're good at this. It's also something fun in general about kind of getting brought on to bring Jill to life in this moment in her story, because you're not experiencing like her first encounter with zombies or the disease. You're experiencing it with Nemesis, but not her first introduction to this world, which is how a lot of survival horror often starts when you get to approach a character. In this like example and case, like she's she's done it. She knows. So she's a lot more hardened at this point and just kind of like takes it on the shoulder as she goes.
Yeah, and I think that you did a really good job at communicating that through the performance, because that's definitely, it's not ideal, obviously, for an actor to be like, okay, so this is technically the second time we're supposed to be seeing this character. So go ahead, run with that. And it's like, wait, but what about what about her initial outing? And it's like, no, but I think I think you did a great job with it.
Thanks. We had fun.
This next cutscene is very gross, and
Oh
I
yeah,
kinda hate it.
fun story.
You're gonna have to, when we see it, you're gonna have to tell us how that was shot, how that was recorded.
This actually happened in the booth. I think we were in HMC. So sometimes, a lot of times, we'll be in the booth and we'll put headcam on for facial expressions.
Okay.
I think we did HMC. I can't remember, honestly, if we did. So then it'll just be like facial capture. But they didn't have an animation originally of what this monster was supposed to do. So they were explaining it to me. They're like, basically, here's what's gonna happen.
This really gross thing.
I was like, they're basically impregnating you with eggs through your mouth. Do the sound. Go. And that's how a lot of things go. Yeah, just in general, the amount of different death noises and efforts is what we call them in game world.
Yeah.
It's just really funny to have like Steve, who's getting information from the Japan team, who will often be on Skype if we're working in LA, and just like the interpretation, the translation that has to happen of like, this is what's happening. You know, more like this. She's dying by fire here. She's dying by egg infestation of these parasites. Make that sound. Noted.
What even is that? What even is that sound, though? It's like, what?
They're like, basically, she's vomiting. Here's all these different ways to vomit. Can you give us 7 different vomiting noises? Yes, sir, I can. You get home from work, and they're like, honey, what did you do today? Oh, vomited from egg infestation. How about you?
And like, you know, died from it in one case.
Died by flame. Honestly, I remember specifically the dying by fire. I can't even remember how you do it. If you just like stand in fire. Oh, gross. Susie.
I'm trying my best.
No, it's fine. I remember doing a specific. We did a death by fire a couple times, and I remember that being one of the most like vocally painful deaths to do, because your voice doesn't last very long on efforts days. Those sessions are usually 2 hours max. Oh yeah, girl, throw it up. You sound great, boo.
There's so many. There's so many.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, I got that.
All of the pukes. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so there's a death by fire, and any of the deaths that are like more prolonged, like burning alive, is not a really fun noise to make. You only have a few good takes of burning alive in you before you're like, cool, I'm done.
I think Nick Apostolides I think it was him, like Leon burning alive in that game was the effort that he did where he passed out in the booth, and he had like he has a recording of it, and he showed me it. It's like equal parts hilarious, equal parts terrifying. Yeah, because he really sounds like he's dying, and then you just hear
he just like passes out.
Yeah, just him hitting the ground so hard.
Did he hit the ground? I can tell. I get spots in my eyes, so like you'll get basically what causes that most of the time is actually you're breathing in too much air. So
Gotcha.
you're like, you don't exhale enough, and that's what makes us lightheaded when we're doing those scenes. You're like, imagine if you're running or dying, it's a lot of like gasping.
Yeah.
You're just taking in so much air and not exhaling it that you get really lightheaded. So I've never fully passed out, but I've definitely like like the knees gave way and I like have to sit down because there's like spots in my eyes. So I've
yeah.
started to feel like the blackout feeling, and then I'm just like, I gotta just take a minute. And everyone on the other side of the glass is always like, oh my god, yes, take 5, we're done. I'm like, no, I just need like 20 seconds to get the oxygen out of my brain. Some carbon dioxide really needs to release. So I saw Hen the Human saying, Nicole, how much Jill content did you watch to get a grasp of her character? Did Capcom tell you to watch anything specific? Interestingly enough, I knew going into my first audition that I was auditioning for Jill, and there was no specific content. Like, they didn't include links or say, like, here's the thing. There was just sides and a character description that was I bet I could pull it up. Would that be special? Let's see. There was it was pretty generic character description. Like, she's loyal, she's committed, she's one of the youngest STARS officers, she's a professional. And so I kind of took that material. I knew that the character was iconic. I had initial ideas just looking at what was on the page immediately. And I wanted to pay tribute to how she's appeared in the past, but I also knew that I kind of wanted to bring my own thing to it, my own flavor, because I didn't want to mimic. I wanted to go, all right, here's this woman in this situation, and the material is really reflective of, like, she's just responding to what's happening. And I always say kind of how someone overcomes obstacles, how a character overcomes obstacles, tells you a lot about who they are. That's also just good opinions in life. You learn a lot about someone by how they overcome obstacles. So as actors, always look for clues in your character work. How do they overcome what they're going through? And so I definitely did a little bit of research on YouTube. I looked her up. I looked up some of her past iterations. I was like, okay, got it. But this version and this iteration of her is kind of different than what you've seen in the past, based on how she sort of shows up. So I knew they were doing kind of a reimagining in some ways, but there's still a lot of tributes to who this woman is. And so I went into the audition and just was like threw down with kind of how I had interpreted it and worked on it, the material. And Steve was there very quickly, and we kind of adjusted and played with it, and kind of played with how she showed up, and he took all of that back to Capcom, and they approved it. They were really happy, and so then we just kind of kept on with that. I knew that I was surrounded by a lot of major fans of the game. Like, all the people that work on it really care because they're fans of the series as well. So I also felt like I was in really good hands with an amazing director and dev team and all of that. If something that I was doing didn't feel in character, I felt like I would be told. But we didn't really run into that. We kind of just took what's on the paper and made something our own. It's how she interacts with Carlos and everyone in between. Would you ever be interested in seeing more of Jill's journey throughout the series, Nicole, such as RE1 and RE5? In a heartbeat, I would come back to Jill the second I get asked. I would love that. I have no control over that happening, but just as much as anyone else would love to see more Jill, I would also love to see more Jill.
So there is actually, I'm sure you already know, because everyone's probably told you already, and they probably told you exactly what I'm going to say. There is a Resident Evil 1 remake already, and it's my favorite video game of all time. It's a lot of people's favorite game. It's very well done. But yeah, I would never want Capcom to remake that game again, because I think they hit it out of the park the first time they remade it.
Totally.
It doesn't need it. But I would love to hear, like, a less experienced version of your Jill going up against zombies for the first time. And because in this game, you really get, like, she's just, like, done with everything, like,
she's so done.
She's so done. She's like literally, like, putting all of her STARS training, like, to the test in this game.
Yep.
Like, dodging out of the way of, like, all this, like, incoming attacks and all this kind of stuff, and just being really cool. So, like, I would love to see just a more, like, you know, confused, less confident in her abilities, like out of her element. Like, these are monsters we're fighting against. It's not like we're not doing like a drug raid or like we're not like breaking up a
this
fight.
is new territory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super
It's like an
fun. I mean,
impossible threat, basically.
Totally. And
I would love to see that.
I thank you. I appreciate that. And I also feel like, again, it's covered ground. Like we've seen it. It's kind of the fun in some ways of such a long lasting series. You get to see these iterations of characters that you love. And I feel super grateful to have been kind of a part of that legacy in this version.
Yeah, you did good. Did good.
Oh, you doing real good though. You make it look so cool. Look at you go. Dang.
I'm a weirdo. It's fine.
Uh-oh.
Goodbye, disgusting.
There she goes,
creatures.
Maggotland. Goodbye. Okay. It's really fun to do some of these radio conversations with Jeff, because depending on who would come in for a session before the other, we got to set like how the scene went. So some of them, like, he'd have gotten his side of the conversation recorded, so I got to come in and hear what he did and respond to him. And then other times his side of the conversation wasn't recorded yet, so then I get to record and just be like, all right, well, this is how it's gonna go, this is my opinion, and then he gets to come in and respond to however I kind of set the tone of the pace. You're doing great, Susie. I'm just distracting you with BTS. Run, baby, run.
It's good.
Another shout out to Neil Newbon, who basically mocapped everyone in this game. He
even
did a lot of
mocap Jill. It was great.
Yeah. He also played Jill. I just showed up now and then, who did a bunch of the Nemesis mocap. So when you see us in cinematic scenes, we got to face off like that too. For those that don't know, he plays Nikolai. So he played Nikolai and Nemesis, and we had a blast. That line's fun because if you think about it, if you get super hurt, it also plays really well, where she's like, oh my god, like I'm super hurt. But if she's not super hurt, it just sounds like she's running really fast and just totally terrified.
Yeah.
That's another example of like picking up lines that need to work in different contexts.
Yeah, and I think most people, when they get to this part, are probably super hurt because
Pretty hurt. Yeah, especially when you first play.
Nemi's a bit of a scam in
Ow!
this game.
I saw a question from Chad that I love. She says, I know you're a professional, but I imagine that having to voice such an iconic character could put a lot of pressure on one's shoulders. Did you feel the pressure, or were you more like, I'm good, I'm cool, let's slay this, yes, queen? I definitely said those exact words, the second option. That's exactly what came out of my mouth as I was like on the flight to Japan. I was like, whatever. No, I think I didn't necessarily, man, it's really hard to wrap your mind around how important like a character is to so many people until it sort of like actually happens. So I had lots of people kind of telling me how much this would mean to so many people, but I also kind of for my own process was just, I mean, just focused on the story. You kind of, I think anyone in any big series, the Marvel movies, the whatever else, like all of the big series with big fan followings and stuff like that, most actors will kind of tell you once you're on set, once you're working, I feel like the rest of the world sort of goes away, and you want it that way because that's how we get to immerse ourselves in the story that we're telling. So it was no different for me. I wasn't really aware or thinking of fan reactions when I was working on it. I think as trailers started to drop, and like the demo came out and some of that stuff, I finally was like, oh wow, like it's really cool. Like people are gonna react to what we did. I mean, that's just what happens. Art in general, you know, you pour yourself into something and then you let it go. And
Finally, I'm back. Oh god, sorry about that. Taking a long time. Yeah, 5 hours. Oh my god.
I think like 4 hours of break. Sorry about that. But yeah, let us have an hour left of Resident Evil 4, and then we'll end today's stream. Sorry about that because Ramadan, so it's a bit taken off. So yeah. Oh, God, I hate Microsoft Air so much. All right. How about that? Resident Evil 4. Okay. 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 Bonuses. Okay. See here. Okay. Alright, let's continue. Alright. Yeah. Let us go. Not. Yeah, maybe on it. Somewhere. There we go. Nice. Fish bomb. I want to put fish bomb. Yeah. Got it.
Last round.
Okay. I think I know where to go back now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, another one. God damn it.
I see you took care of a request.
Well
Well done. I knew I could count on you.
Yes.
I've got something new for you, mate.
Down. I got it.
I knew you were a go-getter. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. There's some things money can't buy. A wise choice. I know. I say that a lot. Thank you. I still have some new items you might be interested in. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. Give that the... Don't get yourself killed now.
Let's see what we have here. Yeah, got 1, 2.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
They won't buy this.
I don't or come back anytime.
You're welcome, mate. Okay. You got saved.
I have some new goods that might interest you.
forastero! ¡Ahí va eso!
Euro key, huh? Euro key. So Euro large piece, right? Well, okay. Alright, so one. One. Okay. I have to go back. Alright.
¡Ahí está! ¡Ahí va eso!
Oh, fuck you, I am not going to. I was. Okay, you don't exist. Suck a dick! Okay. Go back. Okay. Okay. Save again. Yeah, the soundtrack is kind of audio music. Yeah. Alright, whatever. What in here?
¿Dónde estás? ¡El forastero!
Ah, finally. Let's make something. Let's cook up something. Yay.
¡Ahí está! ¡Hazlo! ¡Avisad a los demás! ¿Qué coño? ¡Ahí va eso!
Yeah. Yeah. Bien. Tak.
Itu tadi ya tak yang
Oh, cek. Apa yang tak bisa tahu?
itu pistola.
No, I'm not.
¡Ahí va eso!
Yeah. I did. Yeah, can. Ah. Okay. Where else I should look? Where should I go? Okay. Re4 new road. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. There we go.
I'll be taking this.
Okay. The one. Okay. Oh, okay, we ran off. Okay, so alright. Alright, go. Alright. Good. Okay. Oh, I missed out something. Alright. Okay. Another one, right? There we go. Yes. Alright. Nice. Glad to go back to church.
Condor 1 to Roost. I found the key to the church.
Copy that. Now go get Baby Eagle.
Right.
I'll go get
No time to chat. I'm going in. Condor 1 out.
I think it's here, right? Yeah. Here, yeah. Okay. The church, alright.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're ready.
Nice. Okay. Alright. Oh, it got me.
Welcome. I've got something new for you, mate.
Okay.
This is
Yay.
what I'm talking about. Fine work. Good stuff, stranger.
Alright.
Good instinct, stranger. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death.
Yeah.
See how that feels, mate. Fella like yourself should notice the difference right away. Wield him. What can I do you for?
Okay.
Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way.
Okay.
Be ashamed.
Alright. Nice.
Live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right?
Yeah, it's about 4. Oh. Oh. That's where the nonsense with. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Shit. Gloria a las plagas.
Jesus Christ! God damn, you're a big boy. worms too?
Hey!
Hey, it's that dog.
Damn it.
Want to help? Because I could use it.
Alright.
That's what I'm talking about. Good boy.
Shit. Fuck. Craft something, right? Yes, I can craft something. Oh yeah. Okay. Use. Oh, that was not bad. Granted, it was insistent, but hey, you know, I don't want to move the ball.
God damn. That was almost a pancake.
Yeah, me too.
Okay,
Hey.
let's get to that church.
What a good boy, that dog. Okay. Now let's craft something up. Craft. Okay. I think I need shotgun shell. Oh, god damn.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Wow, this is strong as God. Yeah, let's take that. Okay. Nice. Alright. Okay. And now I want to save. Okay. I think it's time to save and today's stream finally. Alright. Ah. Okay. Nice. Alright. Hey. Finally we did some progress. I'm sorry for taking a long time for the break. It was long enough, but yeah, I had to do family stuff for Ramadan. But yeah, other than that, really productive. You know, productive of the day. And let's see. Let's end today's stream with a rate. So we got 39 death, we got PewDiePie, we got that one here, we got Jordan Lane, Yuri Hakumai, Maximilian dude. Hey, I think Maximilian's cool. Let's do Maximilian. Okay.
Zing. Leon has to say zing after every one of these zingers. All right. The depths.
The hell?
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you everyone for participating in today's stream. Sorry I took a long time of break, but thank you so much. Monday we'll go back to Yakuza, and then Wednesday we'll do Resident Evil 4, and Friday will be Final Fantasy 8. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Yo, Mao, thanks for the tier 1.
See y'all.
This is the bottom of the Mortal Kombat stage. Yeah. This is badass.